Welcome, everyone, boys and girls of all ages, or anything in between. You get to pick. We're not picking. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello to you as well. Yes, you have now tuned into Backseat Designers, or as is more colloquially known, BSD Plays. What the hell am I saying? That's not a real phrase.
It's the Let's Play segment of Backseat Designers called BSD Plays. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's early for Fred and me. We're doing this at 12 a.m. Denmarkian time, but but we are very fortunate to be joined by a person who is up at an even more ungodly early time on a Sunday. Hello, Mr. Samuel Lawson. How are you doing?
I hate you guys.
We also do.
Pray tell, it's 6 a.m. where you are?
Yes, it is 6 a.m. where I am.
And yeah. Got up way too early. Girlfriend sleeping in the next room with earplugs, and yeah, stuff's going down.
Yeah, this show has a lot of its conscience already, and not just in terms of Virginia capers.
Oh, right. So the reason we brought you on the show, actually, you kind of went, "Why don't I come on the show?" Is because we wanted to play Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis for a good long while. It is one of my
which is actually a good game. The last couple of ones we've played have been not exactly hit and miss, actually, mostly miss. But Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis will purge all that from our minds because it's fucking brilliant.
It's one of my favorite games, and we did say when we started this Let's Play series that we were going to play games that we loved, and games that we hated, and games that we had never really played. So this one falls squarely into the first category of games that we love.
Absolutely.
And
I would agree with that.
Right.
Now, in case you guys are not aware, this is part of the shtick that we have. I try to say something and I'm constantly interrupted, so this has gone on since the Space Quest Superfan Hangout, so I see no evidence that it's going to change.
No.
Wrong crowd.
Yeah. Poor short end of the stick Samuel here.
Do notice that I'm even interrupting Troels. I mean, we just interrupt. It's what we do. But we will also respond kindly to a shut the fuck up, I'm trying to say something here. So please make use of that.
Yep. You get a free shut the fuck up card, and it's endless.
Yes.
Anyway, the reason why that we are currently joined by Mr. Lawson is that he offered to play Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis for us, while we just sit around and make stupid commentary. And during the pre-show technical little rehearsal thing, we of course realized that Hangouts haven't changed for the better. We are unable to have game audio and Sam audio on at the same time. So the short end just keeps getting shorter and shorter.
Well, at least he won't be interrupted now.
There's that. So
unless there's a particularly good piece of music score in the game that I got the guys I want you to hear, but and you guys interrupt over it. But what can we do?
Of which there are plenty. I love the soundtrack so much. I actually found it online and downloaded it.
It's a beautiful soundtrack.
And I had to download it in the. I had to search around for the ad-lib version because that's the one I remember clearly as a child. And when people play it with the MT32 or the Sound Canvas or something, it just doesn't sound right somehow.
Yeah, something that we have to definitely pause for enjoyment of is the Iceland theme. And I'm noticing you're also playing it. What you did during our little tech demo was playing it with the ad-lib on, Sam. And that piece is gorgeous. It's one of
I agree.
It's one of the best. It's obviously not supposed to sound like a synthesizer, but it's still one of the best pieces of electronic tinged music in games that I can think of.
Also, we're not really sure how this is going to pan out, but for those of you who have played the game before, and I suspect that's a lot of you, you also know that there are 3 different ways to complete Fate of Atlantis. At some point during the game, your plucky sidekick Sophia will ask you quite innocently, it's just another conversation in the game as any, but she will ask you, hey, how do you want to proceed with this? And basically whatever you pick means that you're going to be completing the game in one of 3 different ways, and I do mean different. The paths don't converge story-wise until you actually, spoiler, hit Atlantis. Well, we can spoil a game from it's 1993,
right? Yeah. 92, I think, isn't it?
92?
Well, there's an entire generation that has not yet played this game. They might be watching this.
They would not be watching us play it.
They probably will not.
I mean, this intro has gone on for like 10 minutes now, and they're just like, "Can you get to the fucking game, please?" And no,
yeah,
no,
I think we should we let Sam get the final word?
Absolutely.
On what the game means to him, and then he fires it up, and we're off.
Great idea. Sam, why did you offer to play this game with us?
Well, I played this game when I was much younger than I was supposed to play it. I played it in '93, so I was probably about 3 years old back then. So I literally did grow up with this game, and what the game means to me is it is, as you guys pointed out, it's a great example of fine storytelling and exceptional soundtrack and very well-designed gameplay. But the game is also important to me because I've done things in it that most casual fans have just given up on by now, like when we get down to the so-called fists path in this game, I'll show you an example of that. But basically, I spent more time in the game and kind of tweaking the game by looking into the many cool features of Scum VM. So I know a lot about this game that most people don't know about, including like hidden script messages or things the developers left out. Like they were in the script files, but they weren't actually used. But there's some interesting things in here.
I'm so glad we brought you in.
Yes, absolutely. And I just want to point out that the way Troels said "ooh" after you said the so-called fist path was probably a little too close to X-rated for my taste. Let's call it the action path.
Okay.
It is called the fists path. Fists in plural, so that's even worse, I guess.
Ooh.
Scandinavian humor. Where have you been?
Off.
Right. So, at your discretion, Mr. Lawson.
Yes.
All right. One moment. Let's do this. Then we'll do that.
Should have a countdown here. And yes, purists, we are playing this with Scum VM, and we don't care.
Remember to lock the screen, Sam.
That's a good point. I shall do that as the gracious host. You will, of course, forgive us for talking over some of this beautiful music, and every time we do, the game audio will completely and utterly mute itself to make room for our sweet timbers. So we will try.
But I know the sequence by heart anyway, and it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, I'm one of the few people who actually appreciated parts of Kingdom of the Crystal Skull for what it was. To me, it was kind of like a knock-off of 1950s B movies rather than the 1930s black and white serials that Indiana Jones was originally based on. But it just hit too far off the mark in general, whereas this is squarely on the mark. This is, for me, Indiana Jones 4.
It is. Absolutely. And the fifth game, the Crystals... No, wait. Sorry, the Staff... No, wait. What was the fifth game again? The Infernal Machine.
Yeah.
That's the one. Which is just
I just wanted to point out something that I discovered when I was actually playing this game.
Yeah.
When I was messing around in Scum VM and I was looking at there was options where you could play musical tracks. This music that you're hearing right now, or will hear right now, is actually 2 musical tracks overlapped over each other in iMuse. Now, I don't know how they did that, but it's very interesting. It's got this percussion track that's playing like the dum, and the strings and like the backing strings. Those are all 2 separate MIDI files.
Oh, wow.
And I only discovered this by messing around with the game.
You got to give hats off to iMuse, to LucasArts and their iMuse system. It's for a musician, it's just woo.
It's incredible, and what we've discussed on the show actually was, has there been similar initiatives later on? But there have been dynamic music systems, but nothing's really come close to the ingenuity that was iMuse. It's actually pretty staggering what they did. And this game really utilizes it well.
Pardon me. Yeah, Sam was just in our little spoiler. We do have a little group chat internally when we do these hangouts, and he just said, "I'm going to warn you guys in the future when switching from the game audio to his voice, because we can't have Lawson and Indy on at the same time. Sadly, thank you, Google." And my response to that is, no, don't. just blurt in whenever you want. Because
it's fine.
We do that so often here. So
yeah.
So anyway, should we briefly comment, because even though we can actually hear the voice because we're talking right now, of course this is not Harrison Ford.
No, it's what's his name? Doug Lee, right?
Yeah, Doug Lee.
Who is a decent imitator, but you know, he's okay for the part. People have said that they can't actually tell that he isn't Harrison Ford, and I think that's giving him a tad too much credit.
Yeah.
He does well, however.
Yeah, and I think he does a different spin on Indiana Jones than Harrison. He's not doing a Harrison Ford imitation. Well, he obviously sounds a bit like him, but it's not like a I really want to sound like Harrison Ford. Oh wait, Sam just.
We're playing the floppy. Well, I'm fine with the floppy because then Google Plus noise reduction is eating a lot of the game audio and. Actually, this is one thing I wanted to bring up, and I don't know if Sam should join us on this, but I like the talkie. I really do, but the voice acting is kind of awkward compared to what LucasArts would do later. It does have, the distinct feeling of actors in separate rooms just reading out lines, and some of the voices work and others are a bit, the inflections are in places where I wouldn't personally put them if I were acting out these lines. So it's kind of weird because it's the Sierra talkie of the LucasArts talkies, I feel, even though it is very good.
Nah, that's being a bit unfair, I think. I think the voices are a little goofier than you'd expect from an Indiana Jones movie, and then again, the Indiana Jones movies were full of goofy characters with goofy accents, and
that is true. Well, yeah, I don't know. Raiders of the Lost Ark is pretty straight. I mean, sure, you have Toad and you have Kellogg, who are kind of cheesy, but I feel it's not until The Last Crusade where, George Lucas had gone in full-on Star Wars prequels mode, and Steven Spielberg was quite family-friendly too at this point.
The only thing I'm going to miss, since we are playing the floppy version, and stupid me, I should have just looked at the the Scum VM status bar that clearly says floppy. But the few things I'm going to miss about the talkie, don't mind, Sam. We can play the floppy.
Besides, as far as I know, as far as game content goes, they are identical apart from the voices.
Yeah, they are.
Unlike games like King's Quest V, which was kind of different. Whoa, echo.
Yes, that's what happens when I switch.
Cool.
Something I noticed, which you only know if you played the intro several times, is that it doesn't matter which order you open these doors.
No, it's always the last one.
It's always the last one. I could go here, I could go here. It's always going to be in the last one for some reason.
It's a nice little touch.
It's a good touch. I like it. It's a good touch. Okay.
There's like a little build-up.
I'm about to switch back. Brace yourselves.
Cool.
What I was going to say that I'm going to miss about not playing the CD-ROM version is my favorite voice actor in any adventure game ever, which is, and it's a very, very small bit part, and it's only on one of the paths in this game, by the way, but when you go to Algiers, there's a guy who sells you squab on a stick.
Oh,
50,
yeah.
50 dinars. He has the most amazing voice in any adventure game ever.
I like Bjorn Heimdall,
he's
the scientist in Iceland. The way in which he says,
"This is magic site now. Go away."
And he's supposed to be Norwegian. He doesn't sound Norwegian at all.
It's this brilliant proto South Park voice.
Yeah, it is. You don't look at all well, Dr. Jones. He's got a fantastic voice as well.
Well, that was one bit where I thought, this is where the floppy version is superior, because for all we know, this guy could be a Dr. Smith.
He could be Austrian?
Well, that would still be bad at this point in history.
Oh, look at the animation that comes up here, because when they put the bead inside the statue and such, they do this. It's not really animation. It's look at that. It just sort of crossfades out.
It dissolves.
Yeah, in sort of the same sense that the Last Express by Jordan Mechner would do much later. This sort of fade in kind of animation. I always found that really disconcerting somehow. When I see that stuff on television and such. But in this, in this game, it really it works. But LucasArts would go on to do much more complicated animation. Case in point.
This is an example. Very good animation here.
Yep.
I would say.
And on the CD-ROM version,
extremely dynamic.
Yeah. On the CD-ROM version, there's actually they recorded an entire little fight sequence, like as one huge sound file, synced to the punches and whatever. So they
extremely impressive.
Well, I don't mean to, but I actually want to point out that sound they were playing the CD version was just stock footage, because I've heard it in other movies and other games as well.
The sound effects are stock, but much of. Have you ever noticed, like in Day of the Tentacle, for instance, when they open and close doors? I've heard that sound effect in TV and movies tons and tons of times.
There are also a couple in Full Throttle, which are definitely. But this is kind of like a George Lucas thing, like you hear the Willem scream in every single Star Wars movie of his. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's a kind of a Star Wars Easter egg. Sorry, I'm not close to the mic.
I could hear you well, so I assume everyone else could.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I'm still on one beer, and I don't think that's going to change, because I have 2 in my fridge, so that fits with today's schedule.
Also of interest to Indiana Jones lore. By the way, we are assuming you guys are just reading along the dialogue. We're not going to sit here and read the dialogue aloud, because there's a talkie version, and it does a much better job of it than we could, at any rate.
Yeah, but it's cool to see the floppy version again, because, of course, one of the problems with old games being re-released is that people will usually just go for, the last one that was released. So in the case of games like this and Loom, what you get is the talkie version, and that's it. Same goes for Sierra games, and I really do think it's a shame, because you'll wind up with a bunch of versions of the games that will just inevitably become lost.
Oh, I think I know what Sam's about to say, but go ahead, Sam.
Yes, this is the game in proper now, and we have like the interface, the SCUM interface, which has become sort of intuitive to us guys now.
Yeah.
But I feel I need to point something out. You guys might have received the. Hold on a second.
Is he playing bongos in the background?
The impression that this game was going to be about.
I did not know you could do this.
Yes.
I'm a complete loser.
Wow. Let me just.
Your keyboard is loud.
I might have given you. Okay, here we go. I might have given you guys a false impression this game was about Indiana Jones.
I wanna.
It's not. It's about Biff, the doorman.
Oh, cool!
Oh, sweet.
What the hell just happened? It sounds like, first of all, it sounds like he's hammering these commands out on stone tablets, and then fucking Biff appears, and he's only got one arm.
Harrison Ford put on weight and lost an arm.
Now, is he going to remain like this for the entirety of the game?
Now, eventually, he has to switch back to his, normal costume, because
can you
there's
make
a lot of animation.
Sorry, go on.
There's animations that Indiana Jones has that Biff does not have, and if the game tries to reproduce them, it causes glitches. So this is just something that I want to see if it still worked, and it does.
Could you? What happens when you make Biff walk up to himself? Will he have an existential crisis, or?
Well, I'll show you.
Oh, he's got an interesting walk cycle too.
Oh, I can see what you do.
Oh, this is some time cop shit right here.
Wow.
Oh dear God.
This is like that scene in Horse Feathers by the Marx Brothers, where Chico has managed to fool the password out of Groucho and is on the other side of the door, and Groucho is trying to get back in, but in the meantime, Chico has decided the password is changed.
Oh, good.
So we have 2 options. We can either be nice to Biff Indy here and try to sucker up to him, or we can insult the hell out of him. So
I've always loved that line, Darwinian nightmare. No, I try to make a point out of not insulting people, but when I do, that's the line of thinking I get into. It's a beautiful line.
I thought what Sam was going to say at the start was that depending on how you solve this puzzle, getting past the guard is what Sophia will recommend the path that you're going to take later on. If you fight him, she's going to suggest the fists path. If you sneak around him and climb, and push the boxes and climb through the window, she's going to suggest the wits path. And if you just talk your way through, she's going to suggest the team path. Thank you, Gonzalez, for teaching me that.
What did you guys usually do in general when faced with this choice?
I didn't even know it had an impact. So
I always fought.
I always went for talking my way through. It's obviously very, very, very predictable, very easy dialogue puzzle, but it still felt so rewarding to.
Fat tub of lard.
That's another good one.
It was so long since I played this, but when I replayed it recently,
they switched back.
I went for the boxes. I went for pushing the boxes just because I didn't want to bother talking my way through it, and I absolutely hate the fighting minigame. Let's be honest.
I'm really confused. Who won? Oh, Indiana Jones won over himself.
So what just happened? Just to because this is getting confusing, right?
That was actually Harrison Ford. That'll learn you for making Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Sam just got his ass handed to him.
By himself.
Apparently, I don't know what the game will do if you lose this fight and then I'm pretty sure that if the way you solve this puzzle is what Sophia is going to recommend at the end.
Well, that is actually nothing. Yeah. She'll probably just recommend whatever got you through, but you make a fair point, because you mentioned you don't know what will happen after this fight. This is one of the LucasArts games where you can actually die.
Yes.
Although rarely. I think death was actually done well in this game, because the scenarios in which you can die are never outrageous. It makes perfect sense that you would be able to die when...
Yes. There are no unfair deaths in this game. There are a couple of really annoying stinkers of puzzles, especially once you hit Atlantis. But thank you, Samuel, for showing us 3 ways of getting past the bouncer.
Yeah.
So now we're actually we're trying to talk our way through.
The guy who plays Biff in the Toggy also has a great voice.
Yeah, it's really. Oh shit! We lost him.
Oh God. I suppose he quit Google Chrome or something. He's back. He's back from the dead. That was quick, man. What the hell was that?
It's going to be F5, which is what I use to load the save menu. Is also what Google uses to close out of a Hangout.
Oh,
really? I don't know that.
Google.
Yeah, thank you, Google. Thank you, Google.
Thank you so much. Don't be evil. Carry on.
Thank you for rejoining. You just made 2 Danes sweat profusely for about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And we're back.
Lock a screen again.
Back to presenting. No, that's. And Sam just demonstrated the sucker punch.
Right in the mommy daddy button.
Now, this game was preceded by another Indiana Jones adventure game, which was based off the 3rd movie.
The Last Crusade.
The Last Crusade. Thank you. It was on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, that introduced the, for my money, infuriating fighting mechanism or fighting sequence mechanic, whatever that word.
You had exactly the same mechanic in that game.
You had, but you did not have the sucker punch.
I actually didn't know there was a sucker punch.
How do you think I got through the game?
This is the first time I've ever seen it.
Because and this I'm gonna come back to this in a minute. LucasArts put in deaths in this game, which is very un-LucasArtsy of them. They also put in points, very Sarah stylish. You get IQ points for solving puzzles.
Indie quotient.
Indie quotient, they call it. If Sam hits I right now, it'll show his IQ points. He's currently on no path, and my own thumbnail is obscuring his IQ point total. But yeah, it's there.
8.
And you get points for solving puzzles, like you do in Sierra games. Now, if you use the sucker punch in fights, see, full circle. If you use the sucker punch in fights, you don't get as many points. In fact, I think you get 0 points. But you do get points for winning the first fight, because sometimes, again, when you reach Atlantis, enemies respawn. So you get to you fight the same fight over and over again. The first time you fight someone, you get points for defeating the enemy. If you sucker punch them, no points.
So it's kind of like that's actually pretty much ahead of its time, in my opinion. You know, kind of like what Tex Murphy would do a couple of years later with the hint system. That would not really be be cheating, but it would, you know, eat some of your points as you used it.
Yes. I have never finished a Tex Murphy game with full points. Never ever. I always, first of all, the fucking logic puzzles, I cheat my way through them each and every damn time, because I don't have the patience for that shit. I still have no idea how I ever beat 11th hour. Don't even ask me. The house is a rapist.
Well, I was extremely lucky when Tesla Effect came out, and when I was playing a lot of text, because my ex-girlfriend is great at logic puzzles, so I was able to get up from the computer and say, "Honey,
come here."
She would use like 5 minutes on it, and then she was impressively good at it, and I'm total shit.
Well, you and me both, little buddy, and my wife couldn't give less of a shit about adventure games at all. So yeah, never mind that. So we are being introduced now to our plucky sidekick for the week, I guess. You know, Indy has a different sidekick each fucking movie, but this one is Sophia Habgood. Former scientist, I'm doing air quotes here, former scientist and compatriot, now turned psychic medium and so-called Atlantean scholar, although that deserves the largest air quotes ever made by anyone ever.
I get kind of I always get kind of a Marion Ravenwood vibe from her, so I think they were kind of aspiring for that same kind of character. That seems to be the ideal female Indiana Jones sidekick, and of course Karen Allen would also go on to be in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah, for no real reason, sadly.
No, that's true. She was underused. I think she has a great gutsy demeanor, but of course she was mainly used as a vehicle to have Shia LaBeouf swing with a bunch of monkeys.
Yeah, never mind. But yeah, Sophia here has kind of the same. She's not the damsel in distress type. She is. She will give Indy a run for her money.
And a kick in the balls.
She will, however, get herself kidnapped at every fucking turn. But that's part and parcel for Indiana Jones.
Yeah, that's true. Something that we were talking earlier about the other indie adventure games, and something interesting about this one is that along with The Last Crusade, there was an action game variant of it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Which is extremely rare.
For good reason.
Yeah, it's only available on abandonware sites. I've tried it a couple of times. It makes zero sense to me. It does, however, feature a killer slideshow intro, like with these EGA slides depicting what happened in the intro of this game, and the best fucking ad-lib rendition of the Indiana Jones theme ever. It's I actually think it's quite brilliant. You know, it's kind of minimalistic and more rhythmic, and the score of this game is obviously superior, but still, it sounds fucking brilliant.
Now, can I direct my attention to Mr. Samuel? I've never actually solved this puzzle by knowing what the fuck I'm doing. I'm just pulling and pushing levers until that happens, until it goes green. How do you actually solve this?
By pushing and pulling levers.
But is there a rhyme or reason to it?
There is not. I mean, all you can really do, it's like, I don't know if you ever played this game called Mastermind. The only thing you can really do is
you mean the board game, right? You mean the board game? Like there's a green and a red, but they're not. Yeah, that Mastermind.
Yeah, you basically have to make it go green. And
Right.
that's kind of clever that they did that, because it's, unless you drive like a maniac in the traffic, that color language is pretty universal.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. So thank you for clearing that up, because I thought there was some. Is it the same solution every time?
Yes.
Okay.
There he goes.
Just unusual considering the rest of the game.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So there must have been some. I'm thinking they probably decided on. I love that bit. Sorry, I just interrupted myself. The Atlantean god of deceit. Because he was supposed to come in later, and we just kind of messed up her presentation.
Gabriel Knight is in the audience sleeping.
Why he just caught on fire, I have no idea. That actually doesn't really make any sense to me. Why did he catch on fire?
It's about ethics in games journalism.
Boom! I like the fact that you completely ruin, and everyone's just sitting there in stunned silence. You completely ruin her performance, and she just goes, "I've got words to mince with you. About time."
Everyone is still sitting there at this.
Yeah, they're still there. No one's out on the street.
At the very end of the game, after the credits, they should have cut back to the empty auditorium, not the empty auditorium, but the auditorium with an empty stage, still filled with people.
People still sitting there, just going, "Coming back." Now what? I just love how they did the "I'm hiding behind a crate" thing. He doesn't so much stand up as he just sort of floats up.
He goes full on Nosferatu, but then again, he is German, so it's within his blood.
What I just noticed, sorry for just interrupting, is that dialogue that he just had in the phone booth there is not the same that he has in the CD talkie version.
That is true. There are actually a few small dialogue differences, and that one is one of them.
In the talkie version, I don't know if they just realized that they forgot to record that bit of dialogue or something, but they actually just reuse parts of his dialogue from later on in the game.
That is true.
Dr. Uberman, fantastic news.
I think we found the treasure we seek.
Yeah. Bitte. And then Dr. Fred from Day of the Tentacle shows up as an evil German scientist.
Think of bombs!
That was surprisingly accurate.
I love that guy.
Oh,
that is my. If I have a regret about not playing the talkie version, it is that we will be doing without the voice of Dr. Uberman, which is fucking hilarious. And the fact the way he moves, there's this brilliant little bit near the ending where he goes, "Subhuman, you mean?" And of course that means going, "Subhuman, you mean?" But he also does this weird thing with his hands. I don't know why this is subhuman, but it always reminds me of the...
Sadly, people can't actually see what you just did, but yeah, Fred was like twirling his fingers in the air.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Subhuman. Right.
It reminds me of that scene in Monty Python and the Holy Grail where they introduce the killer rabbit. It's got great, big, sharp, pointy, and then he does things with his hands that you can't see.
Amazing performance by John Cleese, by the way. Right, orichalcum time. And I noticed that Sam has turned on his voice, so I think he wants to say something. Or not. Anyway. Here goes Mr. Sal.
Should have been on stereo mix.
Oh, sorry.
Well.
So, at any rate, that was Nur Upsell, ladies and gentlemen, which is actually kind of the animation is your electric bill paid up. It's actually kind of what's his face? The dude who did Sam & Max, Steve Purcell, did a bunch of animation for this game, obviously, and he just went balls out. Not as balls out as Loom with Bishop Mandible's death, but pretty balls out.
This is kind of from this, this animation has the same DNA. Also, something where Sam might want to chime in is that, as far as I remember, there is extra material to this room that didn't make the game, because it was actually originally made as a scrolling screen, so you get the entrance on the full background, but it's not in the game.
That is true. There were areas in the room which aren't scripted. In other words, they have descriptions and so forth. They pop up in a status bar, like the screen back here. You can't see it, of course, but there's another room behind this area. I think there's something called Chuck the Plant.
Yeah.
Which is referenced in other LucasArts games as well.
Yes.
Maniac Mansion. First appeared in Maniac Mansion and reappears almost as often as Sam from Sam and Max does.
Yeah, Chuck was also in Day of the Tentacle, and he was in the last Indiana Jones game as well, The Last Crusade. He is in Henry Jones Sr.'s home.
And Chuck the Plants, for those of you who don't know who that is, play Maniac Mansion. Fail utterly, as I did, and then come back.
Or listen to Marilyn Manson, which is more enjoyable.
What?
Marilyn's Mansion.
Marilyn's Mansion. Oh, I sense a game idea coming up for Open Crowdsource. Never mind. Actually, the dialogue going on right now is full of little quips that you can throw at Sophia, and she will throw quips back at you. It has no bearing on the plot whatsoever. I just love the fact that they put so much extraneous dialogue, and I'm again doing air quotes. It's not extraneous in that sense, but stuff that they didn't need to do. You can be a smartass in so many ways. They put like an abundance of dialogue in this game.
Now here's the bit with the beautiful music, which I can't actually hear. I don't know if it's noise reduction because of low volume or if.
I am going to mute your ass and my ass and see if that helps. I can't unmute Fred.
I can, fortunately.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I love that. I love that melody. It's so ethereal, and it's absolutely nothing in the ad-lib version.
Absolutely. Sorry, I was just off doing something. Yeah, the music in this game is fantastic, and it is, like we said in the intro, it is it's. For my money, it's better on the Adlib and Sound Blaster cards than it was on the MT32.
Yes, absolutely.
For some reason, LucasArts really got into the Adlib in a big way. More so because Sierra were kind of married to Roland and the MT32, joined at the hip kind of thing. But LucasArts really did their best to make all of their games sound fantastic with the Adlib.
Well, audio was always a huge part of the legacy of Lucasfilm with the THX.
Ooh, good echo.
Yeah, that's a problem with studio mode. We're getting echo.
In the chat he goes, how does it sound now?
Like an echo chamber. I think you might not have muted your Hangouts window or something, but never mind. We'll make do. People should really get this game anyway.
Drink for Denmark.
Yeah.
No, I was drinking in Denmark, you silly old fool.
I was, obviously. Now I'm not.
Not feeling very friendly today, are we? No?
I like to.
He sounds a bit like Eric Cartman in the Toggy.
He does, actually. Yeah, he does. Interesting. We were talking about...
That's what the Greeks called Iceland.
Yeah, oh, I can totally picture his voice in my head so clearly.
I can. That's how much it means to me.
Yeah.
Do
Norwegians actually say feet?
He sounds a bit more Swedish.
He does, doesn't he? He's supposed to be Norwegian.
Yeah.
Peppy
cack, which was something Sam actually wrote in the chat earlier, that specific quote.
Peppy cack.
This is amazing. And the best thing is, you can't... again, spoiler, I mean, everyone who's watching this has already played the game. When you meet him again, he's frozen solid in a block of ice, and Indy just goes, apparently he worked himself a bit too hard. What?
You can't do anything about it. He's just sitting there dead.
Yeah, he's just dead. He's frozen in a block of ice.
Actually, the game should cut to him after the credits, just sitting there.
It should cut to everyone you just leave in the wake dead. I mean, the guy in Monte Carlo, the squib guy, squab guy, just goes, does that guy want more squab? Oh, and the Azori Islands. Oh, that guy has a funny voice as well.
He does, absolutely, but he just looks funny.
Yeah, and he talks in this weird. It's kind of a Yoda voice.
That's true. That's true.
Also, of interest to people who are into voice acting, LucasArts would frequently use the same voice actors for their games, and some of them have actually gone on to do great things. For instance, we mentioned Dr. Uberman and his fantastic Dr. Freddy voice. Of course, that is the same voice as Dr. Fred. It's also the same voice of Max in Sam and Max. And he actually went on to be.
The guy I think the guy actually also does the mad scientist in the not Mad Max, Sam and Max intro.
He does. Yeah, he does a bunch of voices. But apparently he went on to become a cast member of Lost.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Neither did I.
I just knew guys like Danny Delk and Tom Kane, who have been in pretty much everything by LucasArts, and Dominic Armato, of course. One of the most famous ones would be Earl Bowen from the last couple of Monkey Island games and remakes, where he's voicing LeChuck. And he, of course, is Dr. Silberman from the Terminator series.
I did not know that.
Yes.
He's got a fantastic voice.
Yes, he does. And once you hear it, you cannot unhear it. I actually told a coworker that because he's a major Terminator fan, and he's also into Curse of Monkey Island, which was, a game he has as great memories of as I do. And I just mentioned to him the guy who voices LeChuck is the psychiatrist from the Terminator films, and his mind was blown.
Yeah, it's the same with me. Whenever someone says, the dad from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, that's Shredder from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon. They go, what? Really? Cool.
Virginia Cavers was also on Fresh Prince, I think.
Okay.
I've never actually watched it much, but that was a double episode.
Back to the game, because this is one of the more infuriating puzzles, at least for my money. You have to get to the end here, but you're blocked by a serpent, or snake, colloquially.
Who's currently mooning you.
And Sam just did it absolutely right. You have to put this jungle rodent in front of the, this is one of, LucasArts loves doing this. Like, you've got a bunch of little alcoves and exits, and they all sort of like Escher-like lead out of places that you wouldn't expect them to.
That's true. That is very Monkey Island.
It's very Monkey Island-y, and what you have to do is sort of, he's demonstrating now. He's just walking in through these jungle paths, and he just comes out where you wouldn't expect him to. And only one of those leads to the screen scrolling right, and that's the one he just went through right there. If you do that, however, the snake says, "Oh no, you don't." So you have this little fucking jungle rodent that you can whip into shape.
He's into animal abuse, apparently. It wouldn't have flown today, I don't think so. But really? It's not too infuriating.
Well, it's a rodent. We're okay with killing rodents. We're not so okay with killing fluffy creatures.
Have you ever seen like those big jungle rodents from the Amazons? Those things are fucking cute.
This thing was pretty cute as well, but also this is very LucasArts.
Rest in peace, jungle rodent.
Yes, we salute you, jungle rodents. Yeah. But this thing where Sophia just...
It actually never quite struck me how infuriating that would be to someone that you kill a couple of animals to make progress, but it's not as infuriating as the dog killing in Rex Nebula. Maybe because Indiana Jones doesn't verbally relish in it.
Well, I will admit freely that the catapulting a dog into a pool in Beneath the Steel Sky made me laugh out loud.
You can accomplish if it's done with a decent sense of humor.
But he doesn't kill the dog. The dog actually looks quite happy.
You do get a fun little animation here, which might set it apart from Rex Nebula, where it's just a car flattening a dog, and that's it.
Yeah. Rex Nebula was a piece of shit.
It was an absolute piece of shit.
Staying positive here, because we're playing Indiana Jones, and like I was saying, it was a very LucasArts thing that Sophia just comes out from the right side of the screen and goes, "I found a path," while you were off bushwhacking. And it's like, what? Okay, so now you've got a shortcut. You don't have to go through the jungle path. You can just go right, and he'll come back to the thing. Also, this guy, Sternhardt, is a complete and utter tool.
Yeah, he's an asshole.
And he's got a Tool voice in the talkie. He's
It's like this really posh English person.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It's probably. I think it's actually the same guy as Bjorn Heimdall, obviously with an accent that is slightly more realistic, but no less infuriating.
Yeah. This is oh my god, and I just love the fact that he's got this archaeological dig. He's not really sure what the hell to do, so he set up a souvenir shop.
Yeah.
And his parrot. Now we're talking about animal abuse before, but that parrot, I wanted to kill that parrot so bad when I played this game as a kid, because that parrot is just, even though he's integral to solving the puzzle that we're just about to solve, I guess. You have to prove your worth to this douchebag. You have to you have to answer a question of his, and you don't know the answer, but the parrot knows. So you just get the answer wrong. You just say, I don't know the title.
There are some great jokes here, you know. This Socrates makes sense, but the Gladius Maximus, I'm pretty sure that's from somewhere, although I don't know. Assuming
that's Life of Brian, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah.
And of course, you can if you try to guess the right answer, like Socrates or Gladius Maximus or whatever, the parrot will just give you a brief little Wikipedia page that just goes, Socrates was this and this and this.
That's true.
You have to get him to say title, and the only way to do that is to admit that you don't know the title.
Excuse me, the temple isn't open to the public.
Shut the fuck up and let me in, you weirdo.
I thought you were digging up Norse graves in Denmark.
I was. Clearly I'm not now.
That becomes like a running joke.
However, as players of the game will know, Sternhart here, which is, by the way, a fantastic name to give a complete and utter douchebag.
Because he does have a stone heart, which is kind of phonetically similar to.
Yeah, he does get his just desserts.
Yes.
Which is actually one of the more gruesome deaths of the game. You don't actually see it happening, but the dude starves to death because he's too stupid to look behind.
Well, then he doesn't get his just desserts. He doesn't even get his just main courses.
No.
Or just appetizers.
Oh dear God! I mean, there are a couple of deaths that I would find really, really worse than others, and drowning and starvation are two of the big ones. And starving to death.
Kids, eat your desserts, lest you starve to death.
And as Commander Keen taught us, you've got to eat your vegetables. Now, everyone else in this game is a complete and utter idiot, even the other archaeologists, because I can clearly see that etching on the what will turn out to be an Atlantean tomb. I can totally see that. Sternhard, who apparently went to all the fancy schools and developed a very posh accent, has no idea what the hell he's doing here.
Well, in his defense, he's not in the area of the screen where it is. So maybe he's just never been over to the area where Indiana Jones was standing a second ago.
He must have. That was fast. How the hell did he do that?
I don't know. Sam is a wizard at this game.
Yeah. Wizard was just what I was thinking.
There's a key function in SkyVM, Control F specifically, that speeds up the game. I'm using it to test some of the more tedious sequences.
And it fortunately does not hook up to any Hangouts functions, clearly. Like,
Fortunately, yeah.
Invite your own mother.
Call Mom. Hi, Mom.
Yeah.
Never mind. That I did not know that either. So apparently, I'm so glad we got Sam in to do this, because he's teaching me all sorts of shit.
I learned something today.
Remarkable! And the dude just keeps going, astonishing, marvelous.
But do you want some help with pulling that stone etching off? Fantastic! Bravo!
Splendid!
Encore!
Oh.
My nipples explode with delight!
I was just about to say that. Amazing! And then he pulls the thing, and the tomb opens, and the dude just goes, "I found it!" No, you didn't, you tit. You just stood there.
Douchebag.
And Indy just lets him run off.
Bless my soul, the tomb of an Atlantean king. I found shit.
Yeah, and then he just goes, "See you guys. Fuck you. I'm off."
Worship me.
And you just really want to trip the guy. Or right, there's a secret door.
Secret entrance, motherfuckers.
And you can't open it. So, anyway. At least, at least they telegraph the fact that there is still something you want to pick up in the tomb.
Yeah. An orichalcum bead.
Now, I actually did a school report back in grade school, so it wasn't very academic, but I actually did a school report on Atlantis, and the whole bit about orichalcum is actually true.
This is kind of, this is actually, as far as contributions to the Atlantic myth goes, this game is pretty faithful, as far as I've understood.
It's very well researched. Now, when I say true, obviously, the myth of Atlantis was written down by Plato, who was famous for A, drinking himself stupid, and B, lying. So there is no. I'm not saying that the myth of Atlantis is true. Hi, Bjorn. How you doing?
That's the problem with people like Socrates. We can't really verify whether he actually existed, or if we can verify that he existed, we cannot verify that he really said all the stuff he said, because he left us no writings. All writings about Socrates are written by Plato.
Written by other people, even other students and such. So, but in reading up on. Of course, there is no lost dialogue of Plato. That's a fiction by this game. But there are plenty of dialogues that talk about the existence of Atlantis, and for those money, this game is very, very faithfully researched. And
that is true.
Which is
also something that happened recently, which was kind of cool, was that there was a news story that someone had actually found a submerged volcanic island, I believe, which geographically would have been Atlantis. Of course, there were no remnants of a society long gone, but when you look at the true Atlantean dialogues, they do make reference to a place in a very clear geographical sense. So it's entirely possible that there was a piece of land that was referred to as Atlantis that people would just make up shit about, which I suppose is what happened.
And the Greeks were famous for really distrusting and being complete and total racist assholes to anyone who weren't Greek. I mean, the term barbarian comes from the Greek word that just means what they perceived was coming out of foreigners' mouth. Barbarian. So the Greeks were assholes back then. Anyway, I just want to bring up what a lovely establishing shot. I mean, this game is very film-like, even though it's 1992-93 scum technology. It's really, really good.
Well, that's partly why it succeeds, I think, because clearly this game knows what it takes to be part of the Indiana Jones franchise.
Yes, and
the Last Crusade doesn't strike me as being that well done in comparison. What I've seen of it, I've never really played it much because it's harder than this, but it's
downright unforgiving.
It's pretty good, but this is way off the scale.
Oh yeah, Last Crusade, the adventure game, was also really, really rushed because it had to come out the same time as the movie did. And, I mean, Ron Gilbert worked on it and worked his ass off on it, but they had pretty much no time to do it. Whereas this fourth game, you can really tell they just pulled out all the stops. Really tried to make a movie-like experience.
Yeah, definitely. But it's always, one thing that struck me as cool with The Last Crusade was that you have this piece of fiction that expands upon another one. And I'm currently actually listening to the Star Wars radio dramas, which were just on Humble Bundle with a bunch of other Star Wars audiobooks for like $15 or something. And it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting to have a new take on a story that you already knew. Basically you get bits and pieces that must have happened off screen. And
right.
The Last Crusade is kind of like that, where of course this is also way more interesting, admittedly, because it's a brand new story.
Another thing that's interesting is that they just preempted Day of the Tentacle. I think this game came out. No, wait, this game came out after Day of the Tentacle, didn't it? I'm actually not sure now. No, wait.
I think it came out before. I don't know.
It might have. Anyway, we're now in control of Sophia.
Yes.
Which is a mechanic that this game uses once and only once.
That's not entirely true. Don't you get control over her by the end of it in Atlantis?
There is. In one path in the game, you control Sophia for a few seconds. But ironically, it's not the team path that you can do this. It's the action path.
That's interesting.
You know, the action path is the path that I'm the least familiar with. Like I said, I replayed the game recently, and I went through the team path and I went through the witch path, all in one sitting, by the way. Yay me! And I got halfway through the fists path, and for some reason, just never really got into it. So I'm really anxious to see where that takes me. I think I got up to Atlantis, so I pretty much saw everything that you're supposed to see.
Well, I have heard that fist is not for everyone.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Don't.
No.
You can only make it worse.
And there's a lot of things to say to this guy.
Something else that I wanted to bring up was that there was, of course, also a cancelled sequel to this, which is something I will never stop being bitter about. It was called Indiana Jones and the Iron Phoenix. I think it was
not the Iron Fists?
To be no, not the Iron Fists. It was written by the same guy who wrote this, Hal Barwood, and would also go on to write the... I keep wanting to call it Indiana Jones and the Incredible Machine, but it was in fact the Infernal Machine.
Jeff Tunnell presents Indiana Jones.
But what happened was that when they conceptualized Iron Phoenix and had done some drawings and stuff, they had a plot that relied heavily on the neo-Nazi movement, and they just sort of realized that shit, this will ban us from the entirety of the German market. It's really insensitive. I don't know if I agree to that, but they basically decided not to do it.
Well, the problem with the entire plot was that they wanted to reanimate Hitler.
Yeah.
That does not... I mean, you can have Nazis. You can have stereotypical fun Nazis like Dr. Uberman and his fantastic little buddy here, Fritz, Mr. Schmid.
Yeah.
But you can't have Hitler. Like, you can have the entree, but skip the main course.
It's kind of interesting though, because obviously the Last Crusade had Hitler. Actually, Hitler played by the same guy who plays Admiral Otto in The Empire Strikes Back, the guy who's choked by.
Hey guys, don't want to butt in, but this is one of the parts of the
Please
game
do.
where the game will actually basically split up before split into 3 different paths. You notice here how you mentioned the Ashkenazi collection.
Yeah.
Yep.
They could actually be 4 or 5 different collections. You probably already know this.
That's true. Yeah.
Replaying the game is a bitch, because the lost dialogue can be, as you say, like 4 or 5 different locations, but they're all at Barnett College for some reason.
Which I was going to say, and you so eloquently said it for me. Thank you, Troels.
Thank you.
This bit is... I love this scene.
Sorry for interrupting. Dr. Uberman!
Shut up, I'm reanimating Boris Karloff in here!
And this, by the way, was the rolling demo when you got... because back in the days, people didn't release YouTube trailers, they released rolling demos. Sometimes playable demos.
I love his voice.
This prehistoric knick-knack!
Jesus.
And it's just, I don't know, this is always a slippery slope to go to, but of course, there were Nazis who were absolute idiots. I mean, way off their heads, completely absolute bonkers. But
as opposed to the slightly less bonkers,
you do have to admit that on either side of World War II, there were strategic geniuses.
I don't think that.
Not Dr. Uberman. Not so. Dr. Uberman is off his rugger.
Yeah, and he's got the lab coat to prove it. I'm reminded of the Bill Bailey joke. I'm in the axis of evil. I'm just a receptionist. I mean, it's perfectly possible to be a Nazi, but not really give a shit about the ideology. It's just, my parents were born Nazis, so I'm a Nazi. Yeah, I know. that's kind of a slippery slope. Let's not go there.
Sam mentioned in the chat that nothing in this room has descriptions in the script, which makes sense because Indy never goes there.
Right. Oh, I like this music, by the way.
Yeah. We seem to have, or rather, Sam seems to have problem with his Windows mixer, which is continually jacking down the volume of the game.
Yeah.
But
actually, I think I'm at the point where we can barely hear the game audio on our end, and I think the stream feels likewise. We've been talking so much that we've barely heard any of the soundtrack. Actually, I think we're at the point where we should just invite Sam to join the conversation, and then when a good piece of music shows up,
that's probably preferable.
You can turn it back, yeah.
Right.
Because I want to hear from Sam.
It seems to happen every time I switch between a microphone and stereo mix.
It does. So Hangout is a bitch.
One of the problems is also the way Windows handles audio, and I've never been able to find anything to get it to work that didn't actually cost anything. And even though we're like talking ridiculous prices for something like this, like $50 or some such.
Whoa! Did he just teleport? I mean, he just went through the door, then he strolled back, and then he went through the door again. Yeah. What do you need is like the Roadrunner sound effect.
Beep beep.
I loved the Roadrunner as a kid.
Roadrunner was brilliant.
Oh, and the what I completely preempted Sam for what he wanted to say was that the Lost Dialogue is in 4 or 5 different locations, and the puzzle you have to solve to get it is also 4 or 5 different puzzles. The game will randomize
Depends on the
collection
location.
it is.
Right, I don't remember where it is exactly, because I just picked up the jar of mayonnaise just to save an extra trip later.
Yeah, because one of those puzzles involve sliding something out with a jar of mayonnaise. I think it's the statue up in the attic here. But
the only way you can tell what puzzle to solve is by looking at things, and this is not it because it's the Dunlop collection. So you basically just have to keep running around until we find something that matches the Ashkenazi collection.
Exactly, and not only is the collection and the puzzle is randomized, but which bit belongs to which collection is also randomized. So you can't just go through the game and go, oh, the Ashkenazi collection, that's in the attic. No.
I think, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go for the first of many peeing breaks. So
have fun, my friend.
Please do entertain the people while I'm gone.
I'll try. Or at least Sam. So you basically have to walk around to the 4 or 5 different locations, and I can't remember if it's 4 or 5. I think it's 5, but it might just be 4.
Let me think. There's a bookshelf, there's a storage chest, there's the Siamese cat, and then there's a pile of books. I think that's 4 locations, yeah.
4 of them, okay. So for instance, here you have to put a piece of gum on your shoe to walk up the chute.
Whoops, let me go grab it back and get it. So.
Oh yeah, it's under the school desk, obviously. So this is, I mean, for my money, this is actually a bit of brilliant game design because I quite like randomized things when they're not counterintuitive. For instance, like in the Blade Runner game, where you will the game will decide before you start whether someone is a replicant or not, or in Take-Two's Ripper, where the game will decide before you start who is the Ripper. You're just going through the motions.
I found it.
Yay! It's the Siamese cats.
Or one of them.
Burn!
There we go. And then, yep, because I made a wax, it goes to follow that anything wax burns easily, so let's just throw it in the furnace. I hope that wasn't that real cat from earlier.
Also, the cat that goes meow that scares Indy during the introduction, that's also random which cat actually scares him, isn't it?
It's the second cat. You click whichever...
It's always the second cat.
Yeah, it's always the second cat. Just like it's the third door you open when you were getting the idol.
Now, burning the wax thing, and there's an ancient manuscript inside. Mm-hmm. Why doesn't that go up in flames?
I have no idea. Maybe it's made of unobtainium or something.
Unobtainium? Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, it's a pity Fred's gone. Oh, Fred's just coming back now, because this is the dialogue. We're starting on the dialogue where you get to choose which path you want to take through the game. First, we have to look at the actual lost dialogue here, and someone has very helpfully put in little clips so that you don't have to read the entire thing.
That is actually quite a clever game mechanic.
Yeah, and you couldn't even if you wanted to. And get used to this screen, by the way, because
yeah, you will wind up looking. Probably not in this case where Sam apparently is memorizing stuff, but also
what I'm actually gonna do, so I don't have to reference this page earlier, is use snipping tool in Windows to. Oh, too late.
Someone is playing a drum slightly larger than a bongo in your house.
That might be the table creaking. Sorry about that.
Oh,
that's okay. But yeah, you have to go back, especially the page that we were just on that Sam was trying to screenshot. You have to go and reference that over and over again because later in the game you get these three fucking stone discs that you have to put on spindles, and of course that again is randomized, and it's in this. Well, it's not hard to decipher what they mean. You know, the sunlight bathes the tall horns. That means you have to put the sun disk so that it is north, corresponding to the tall horns on the stone disk.
Yeah.
But still, you just sit there. I mean, I sat there for ages, just going, "What the hell does this game want from me?" And by the end of it, it just goes, okay, I'm out of ideas. We've got 3 stone discs that you have to align correctly. The final entrance to Atlantis only open to contrary minds, so you have to put them in the reverse order.
Yeah. And that's kind of like, I suppose part of it is also because of the language barrier that creeps in once in a while. You know, terms like waning and waxing. You know, it's usually said that Danes are decent at English, if not pretty good. But there are certain terms that never enter our school curriculum.
Absolutely right. And waning and waxing, I had no idea.
No, exactly.
Again, I mean, you could flip that around and say this game taught me something. Now I know that a moon waxes and wanes.
Yeah. Wax in, wax off.
Because in Danish it just goes up and goes down.
Yeah,
we're not that inventive.
No, that's true. And then once in a while you have a full moon.
Yeah. Oh, and Sophia now. She does this a couple of times. She covers her eyes and just sort of wiggles her other hand and goes, "I'm getting something." And every time you can just tell. Even though it's not in the it's not an indie sprite, you can just tell he's rolling his eyes and just going, "What the hell is this bitch doing?"
Yeah.
And she got on my. I mean, everyone. Whenever someone plays this game, they always go for the team path because it's kind of LucasArtsy. You have the sidekick like in Sam & Max. You've got Max in Day of the Tentacle. You've got the 2 other guys apart from Bernard. So people kind of want to finish. I mean, even in Last Crusade, you've got your dad, who you can also control.
It is also kind of Indiana Jones-y. I mean, there was a team in all of the movies. But at least it's not Shorty this time around, because fuck Shorty.
Oh, fuck Shorty, exactly.
Dr. John, Dr. John.
You cheat, very big, me very little.
I fuck you up, bitch.
but for some reason, whenever I play the team path, and this is not because Sophia is a deplorable character by any stretch of the imagination, but she kind of grates on my nerves a bit, kind of the same way that Nico does in Broken Sword.
Well, you were talking. Sam went for action, so I'm cool with that. It's probably also my least played path, so I'm cool with that.
Yeah, is it also the shortest path?
It can be pretty short. I mean, I think it's not as long as the Wits path for sure, but I think it's probably the shortest path in the game. I would say that.
It's kind of interesting that an adventure game will give you the option of just going, I don't give a shit about puzzles. Why can't I just beat his ass?
Well, that I think is actually pretty cool. I mean, you appeal to more people by doing that.
Yeah, and still the Fists path does have some real brain teasers.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we get to visit Alain Trottier, in Monte Carlo, who is, for some reason, most people in this game are complete and utter douchebags. And there he goes.
Most people in this game are also hanging around this particular street corner in Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
And that's kind of funny because these are obviously just the same sprites repeating. Trottier just went off the edge of one screen. There he is again. He has fuck all idea about what he's doing. He's walking around.
He's just wandering around. He's probably drunk or something.
He's just wearing out his shoes.
But at least the character sprite for Alain Trottier is not randomized. It's the same dude every time.
That would be so fucking evil.
But I mean, the game has pretty much made that a precedent so far that bits of it are completely randomized.
That is true. Well, that also makes for a slightly more believable experience, in my opinion.
Except they would have to draw. I mean, Trottier has different talkie sprites when he's holding because spoiler, he's got one of the stone discs that you need.
Well, not really spoiler because Sophia already said so.
All right. This guy does, and what was I forget his name. It was just on the screen a second ago. But the dude in
Omar Al-Jabbar.
Omar Al-Jabbar, right? And his assistant Paul Abdul.
Yes.
And I guess because this is the Fists path, the character of Omar Al-Jabbar changes dramatically between paths. In one path he's quite helpful, in another path he just tells you to go suck a donkey or a camel or whatever. And in a third path you save him from Nazis. You get to go to his apartment and shit.
That's true.
Oh, and more of this. Please answer this question, otherwise I won't believe you're serious. Shit. And it's all in the dialogue, but yeah. Oh, and this is the only thing. Oh, Jesus, my voice just echoed.
This is the.
Oh, dear God. This is apparently the only thing Alain Trottier does in this path is just give you his business card. No, because
there's this whole little scene in the team path where you fool him into a seance along with Sophia. And in the Wits path, you got this car chase, which was a request that we got, actually, for stuff we should cover. And we might, if we make it.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. No fear. So, right. This is Mr. Abdul. Paul Abdul. In the Wits path, because in both the Wits and the Fists path, you have to follow him through the streets of Algiers, which you don't have to do in the team path. You have to. He sort of ducks in and out of little alleyways and doorways and such, and you have to follow him. And if you don't stay close enough to him, he completely disappears from your view, and you have to do it all over again. In the Wits path, he's not wearing his red fez here.
No.
So you have to first get him a red fez and then follow his ass.
That is true.
Oh, and this path, you notice the big blue curtain that we just scrolled past. That's where my dearly beloved friend
Squab guy.
The Squab guy. He's only there in the team path. Service that was quick.
That was way than I was expecting.
Yeah, that was fast. Did we just? I mean, basically the screen just blinked and he just went. He's in there. And this is the part where we save him from a Nazi. Are there different ways of saving him? Because I seem to remember you can also lock the Nazi in the cupboard.
No, you're thinking of a different path. You can either use a whip to knock him out, or you can just fight him.
Yeah, locking into the cupboard happens with Omar Al-Jabbar himself in the Wits path, actually, where he's a complete asshole.
Yeah, in the Wits path, he's a complete and total douchebag, and you have to lock him in his own cupboard, and he'll just stand there and insult you using a string of randomly selected your mother was a camel and your father smelled of elderberries, or some shit. Am I the only one who really, really loves the dig site part? Because
I don't mind it. It's news to me that people regard it as moments of irritation or padding.
I suppose the way you get to the dig site is regarded by some. Hi, Darth Helmet. Darth Helmet 86 on Twitter has some sort of distaste for this game that I really can't figure out. But
well, he's wrong and we're right. Let's cut
exactly
to the
how it is.
chase.
Yeah.
I have no qualms with doing that.
No. So now we're on Camelback, and instead of... No, wait, I suppose you actually still have to walk around to these... Or ride around to these.
The music here is actually
nomad camps.
we can't hear it right now, and Sam may do some trickery, but the music here is lovely too. Especially the little transition, because then it freaks out for a minute and goes into the whenever it goes from the map to the small screens.
So you have to ride around to different nomad camps and ask them where the stuff is, because we just picked up a map in Omar Al-Jabbar's house.
And kick Nazi ass.
And kick Nazi ass. Because they will, spawn and reappear every once in a while. And now we get, in the talkie version, all of these nomad camps are voiced by the exact same actor. So every time you go, this X is
considerably to the south.
And to the east.
And of course you also get, with small random bits of dialogue, which is also something LucasArts would do from the very beginning and up until their later games. Try hitting one of the camps. That is iMuse at its finest.
Yeah, it is. That is fantastic. And the audio quality sucks over Hangout, but you get the idea.
But I love the bit that at the very end of this Arabian kind of tabla-like style music, you basically have a guy who pulls out his electric guitar and just goes nuts.
Yeah. So this sequence right here is one of those that Darth Helmet would call tedious or padding, and he is of course absolutely wrong. This is actually a fun little treasure hunt for my money anyway. Jesus Christ, those guys are all over you.
I like how Indiana Jones is responsive to them, and I think that that it would be padding had it just been a static map, but it actually lives its own little life. And for my money, I thought that this, along with the balloon ride, LucasArts went a great way to make these sequences more interesting. I think they recognized that people would think it was just padding, so they did what they could with the mechanics to make them more interesting.
Oh, Samuel just asked if you want me to switch from ad-lib to a higher quality sound. No, don't. Leave it just where it is, because it's not the fault of the ad-lib sound. It's the fault of Hangouts.
It's the fault of Google Hangouts.
Yeah. Oh dear God. This, by the way, this is what I was talking about. Once you actually get to the dig site, I love this part, because this is the first time I actually felt very much like Indiana Jones. I'm going to an archaeological dig site, and I don't know what I will find. And
it's all dark.
Yeah, you walk down here. Jesus Christ, those guys are on your ass. They don't do that in the other paths. In the other paths, the dig site is completely deserted.
I think actually on this path, or is it widths, we will also run into what was the playable demo, because I remember actually downloading that from an FTP server that LucasArts had back in the late 90s, early 2000s, where you could download a bunch of demos and stuff. And it's the part in Crete where Indy is just walking around on his own, trying to, or is it Crete? It's another part of Crete than the part that you frequent in the other paths.
Is it the balloon ride guy? The guy you have to buy a balloon from?
I think it might be. Yeah, I think it.
Because that bit was just weird. Another thing that's really great about this part is you walk into the complete and utter darkness, and you're supposed to turn this generator on, which Sam already did. You're supposed to fill it with gasoline and then turn it on. At least you're supposed to fill it with gasoline on other paths,
yeah,
but not on this one.
This puzzle.
Oh, sorry.
My apologies. We're at the first puzzle of the game, which requires you to refer to the source material in the book, apart from the quiz that Ali and Trottier gives. But one thing it's also worth noting, if you have a floppy disk version of this game, a variation of this puzzle also comes up as copyright protection. If you have a version that's not cracked, or if you try to press escape the scene, like when Indy dies, there's a portion where you have to refer to a page in the manual to try and solve a puzzle. It looks sort of like this. If you don't, the game kicks you out.
Really? When does this occur? Does this occur now, or?
No. This is only if you die or if you have a version of the game that is not cracked. Not that I'm advocating having a version of the game that is cracked. Of course, we know that's illegal.
we won't say anything. So is it like with Sam and Max, like at the start of the game you have to solve this little spindle thing, and then you get to. All right.
It was in Sam and Max. It was also in Monkey Island 1, the little silly spinner thing.
Yeah, the code wheel. I quite like the way that Day of the Tentacle did it, which was that you could play most of up until you got Hoagie to control. Up until that point, you could just play the game, and then once you wanted the Chronogon to start working, once you found Dr. Fred his plans, you would have to sort of put them in order.
That's right.
So the copper protection was integrated as a puzzle. I thought that was...
Which is what the two guys from Andromeda did with Space Quest 4.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Space Quest. Oh well, they didn't do it with Space Quest 6. Only the third guy did.
Josh tried, and then someone else ruined it for him.
And it wasn't supposed to be the copy protection either. But what I wanted to say was that when you enter this room, a completely darkened room, you're supposed to turn on the generator, but the game sort of helps you out because it starts out completely dark and then just gradually lightens up so you can see the hot spots. Otherwise, you just have to move the mouse around and see. You've dug an unauthorized hole. This guy's voice in the talkie version is also awesome.
That's what she said.
This guy will just shoot. This is like the reverse thing of that scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark with the Arabian ninja thing pops out and starts twirling swords, and Indy just fucking shoots him. This is exactly what just happened in reverse.
Arrogant Amerikaner.
Indy's overly reckless behavior. One roll for the medal for bravery.
I do love the death screen. It's a very nice piece of artwork.
It is.
Weisenheimer.
I suppose the only thing I didn't really like about the deaths here is that in Sierra games you usually get this little, not animation, but like a little thumbnail of what happened when you died. And of course, Space Quest was notorious for having the most gory depictions of what happened when you died. This game is just the same screen.
It's the same screen, yeah. But it's a pretty screen.
It's an ice cream.
I like it. It's an ice cream?
It's an ice cream. And also, the first time you die is the first time that most players figured out, wait, there are actually points in this game? Because the thing about pressing I to see what your points are is never really explained in-game, and is sort of hidden away in the manual.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. Show you a magic trick I learned.
Some very nice animations too.
Now, does he just run away, or no? You get to fight him.
Yeah. Run, foolish Americans!
So we run away, and then we just come back, and he's gone. Hey, my camel ran away.
Uh-oh.
Or what? I've never seen that bit of dialogue in my life. Okay, so we have to fight him, obviously.
Yeah, go for it.
Back for more, eh? Oh, sure.
Of course, we're going to see something else, and I think Sam mentioned this during the very early moments of the stream, is that Sam has actually managed to figure out how to beat Arnold, the Nazi, who hangs out in Crete. And this is something that I remember, obviously, a bit of backstory is that Sam and I go way back to like the early 2000s, where we worked on a Space Quest fan game that was eventually released in 2011, and we split up as a team at that point. But we talked a lot about adventure games, and while we worked on this thing, and Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis often cropped up because we both really admired it. And way back when, Sam actually learned how to beat Arnold, and at that point I thought it impossible. I was surprised to learn that there is actually animation and lines in it, so that there is a possible outcome that is that you beat him.
Right, and Sam actually said on Facebook, not during the stream, sadly, that he was going to try and beat Arnold. Oh no, actually, that he was going to beat Arnold.
Do that. There is no try.
And considering how he just fared against Rolf, yeah, I don't buy it for a second. Because you can't sucker punch Arnold. You can sucker punch.
That is correct.
Every other character in the game, but you can't sucker punch him.
Yeah, I'm rusty. I'll give it the old college try, as they say, but yeah, that was pretty bad.
You get a few shots at it, I'd say, because if you do make it, then that'll be one of the most memorable points of this stream. Because, I mean, we're analyzing this game a little bit, but my problem with it is that we generally have no very bad things to say about it.
Nope, me neither. Oh, I like that. How do I get to Crete? I don't know. Find this. And this is, the staple of Indiana Jones is whenever he goes from one location to the next, they, draw this red line on the map, and it's just this always cracked me up as a kid. It's just, kind of, not really. Where the hell am I going? The balloon ride thing in.
This might be the. No, this is not the bit I remember. Never mind.
I think the bit that you're referring to, that I didn't know there was a playable demo, by the way, but the bit you're referring to is on the Wits path.
Oh, right.
Because he sort of drops you off on, it is. I'm not even sure it's Crete actually. It's one of the Greek islands, and
it's another island. It's another island. That's true. I can't remember if it's Rhodes or something.
Lesbos.
Unfortunately, not.
The funniest island in all of the Greek Isles.
It isn't actually anymore because, with the whole migrant influx from Syria, people are actually being detained and some would argue tortured. I would be with them in Lesbos. So it kind of takes the fun edge off that island. Now it's not so much about lesbian lovemaking as it's about
lesbian torture.
Yeah.
All right.
We reached the section of the game, and we have to start talking about current events to keep people tuned in.
No. I have plenty of stuff to say about this.
Sorry about that.
That's
all right.
This really messes me up.
I hate this puzzle, by the way.
Me too.
This is probably the one puzzle I don't really like from it either, and the one where I always have to look up what I'm expected to do. See, the problem is that I said expected to do, because it's kind of guess what the designer thinks, because none of these places look like, there's nothing to feed my suspicions that I can place a transit here, or that I can find a statue here, or...
No, what really bothers me is that you got 3 paths in this game, and the one path where you don't have to do this shit is the Wits path. What is this doing on the Fists path? This is Sam is right. This is the most infuriating puzzle of the game, bar none.
And it's on the wrong path.
I know there's a room that gives hints to self.
Yeah, there's a mural somewhere.
Yeah.
In one of the, which is, as far as I recall, randomized, and also so is the placement of the statues.
But this is exceptionally annoying.
There you go.
There's no such thing as fast travel at this point in gaming history, of course. So you pretty much have to see him moseying along from house to house.
Yeah, Sam's fast walk here was not a feature of the original game, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't remember. Can you double click in this game to make it? No,
Nope.
they only worked out later. That would be a good idea.
Yep. So what we're doing now, and this, by the way, makes no fucking sense. But if you, once it does that, you're on the right track. So now you've got this X that just disappears into nowhere. It's supposed to go over to the other statue and do the exact same thing. That will triangulate, and then you know where some shit is buried.
It's kind of like a cheap knockoff of that great scene in the dig site in Raiders of the Lost Ark. With the beam of light coming through the Staff of Ra.
Oh, right.
Except it's not as efficient.
I do like the idea of this puzzle. I mean, it's not a bad idea. You're actually doing archaeological work.
And it is very Indiana Jones. I mean, when I look at it now, I can basically hear playing, that sense of mystery that you're actually discovering something.
That did sound like someone playing on a bow with their anus.
I don't know who John Williams had performed the score of Raiders of the Lost Ark, but
there was an entire anus brass section.
Yes.
But anyway, again, please feel free to educate me because, again, I have no idea what is this puzzle doing on the Fists path. I'm pretty sure that everyone who played the game on the Fists path just came up to this point and just went, nah.
I imagine it was probably to fill time because without this puzzle, this is a relatively quick path, I guess I would say.
Well, at least they could have placed some Nazis in the houses, so you had to knock a guy out to get to the mural.
There's you could have put random guys in the Crete maze that you're just about to enter, but to put in the most infuriatingly complex puzzle of the game, at least for my money, on a path that is not, you're supposed to be using your brawns, not your brains. That's just weird.
Or maybe it was just to compensate because they knew that, well, people who are into adventure games are going to be the ones to play this anyway. They did, after all, market a separate action game version. So they must have known that, well, even if we gravitate this towards action, it's not going to be enough for...
Oh, no. You still have to use your brains during the Fists path. And, the puzzles aren't, bad. It's just that one thing that's just really weird. Also, this guy does not show up on the other paths.
As an idiot guarding the
You need a lesson in respect, mein Herr.
He's being very courteous with Indy after that insult.
Oh, Sam is going Mortal Kombat on his ass.
Finish him.
Jesus. And that's Danish for Jesus.
No, that's actually Jesus.
Well, it depends on what part of the country you're in.
That's true.
You mainlander. I just like the fact that
I wasn't a mainlander originally. I was actually
that's what I was going to say.
An islander than you.
He's talking to the pit.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He's just standing there. And this is like Indiana Jones soliloquying. Is that even a word?
That is obviously kind of a limitation of this medium as opposed to a movie or something. You will have these... I've always learned that talking to yourself is a sign of madness, but on the other hand, I've got games like these that tell me that it's perfectly normal.
Yep. Now, this puzzle, for instance, the puzzle where if you pick up the last statue head, the door closes and you can't get through it, you're supposed to go on the other side and whip the last statue head. Apparently, Indy is an expert whipper. Please don't read too much into that.
Well, he is fisting currently, too.
Yeah, so. You are currently fisting Indy. Oh, it's that time already, is it? This kind of puzzle works for me, as a fists pass puzzle.
That is interesting.
It's action-y.
Yes, that is true.
So there.
But I do like the idea that you have that they actually genuinely tried to make puzzles that gravitate towards action because sometimes you've got I've mentioned this on the main show too. I think that when you have urgent situations in adventure games, but they didn't do a run cycle, you'll just have characters moseying along quietly. Shit, the base is blowing up. We have to get out of here, and it's just their regular walk cycles, and it's totally unconvincing. So I do appreciate the effort that LucasArts went into here with an action path.
Yeah, and it actually does. For one or two little missteps, like the triangulation puzzle, it really does feel like an action adventure.
Yes. An action adventure that works, not in the Tomb Raider sense, where it's just marketing bullshit.
I know for a fact that Sam is about to bring up a story about the Minotaur here, because there's but I just want to briefly mention the puzzle that he just solved by pushing a stone door until it crumbled. And you have to push it 4 or 5 times before it does it. So it's one of those repetition puzzles. I'm pretty sure those are one of the adventure game sins that Francisco Gonzalez would just scratch his balls at. Like, although it does give you a hint, if you try to push the wall, he just goes, I can't move it, but I think it moved a little. Let me do it again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again.
You're right, because there is and speaking of the Minotaur, there actually is a room in the game's data files that has a larger version of this miniature statue, but you never get to see it in this game for some reason.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
It's huge. I saw it on Tumblr recently. Someone did a composite to make the Minotaur room fit with the rest of the game.
Yeah, I might have seen it at some point, but it's a while ago.
If we were a real show, we'd put that in the show notes. But
yeah, something that is extremely satisfying is also that you're playing as Indiana Jones and you get to use the whip. I mean, those in the films were always great moments. I mean, one of the first iconic moments of Raiders is where he's using the whip, to make it across the chasm.
Hello, Mr. Sternhardt. So nice to see you, piece of shit. And this is, of
he's
course,
looking a bit worse for wear. He's rocking the Skeletor look.
Also, I shit my pants, not just because there's a dude who's dead of starvation in this room, but also because the elevator goes down, you can't stop it, and it crushes several stone discs. And I was just like, no! Wait! That's my entire quest! I need those fucking things!
And that is kind of baiting. Also, do notice the beautiful color cycling to the right.
Oh yeah, the waterfall. Color cycling, for those of you who don't know, ladies and gentlemen, is something that only a 256 color VGA can do, which is actually, I'm not sure about the technology. It's basically like cycling colors in a certain palette order to create the illusion of animation.
It sounds like Sam wants to add to it.
Please do.
I don't think I had anything to add to that, but you're right. I also wanted to mention that there's a lot of dead ends in this labyrinth. Like in this doorway here, you do go down this one of the other paths, but not in this path. This labyrinth is really a central point for the game where everything kind of branches out.
Yeah, stuff happens. I mean, you run into Sophia on this path. She's trapped in a hole somewhere, isn't she?
That's right.
But it's not really a frustrating labyrinth to me in the sense that some of the labyrinths in Sierra games are. It's not the King's Quest V Desert, for instance.
No.
That is not as major an element of it.
And you don't even have to draw a map of this labyrinth, which is something I really, really appreciate. It's not a labyrinth in the sense that you get lost and there's a ton of dead ends. It's not like the Seventh fucking Guest or something.
Well, that's true.
Excuse me. It's a navigable labyrinth. That's not even a word, is it? Also, Sternhardt's. Oh, sorry.
You can navigate the labyrinth. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, because it's not that big actually, and after wandering around for a while, you kind of get the sense of where stuff is. Also, Sternhardt's message is different with each path. In one path, I think that's the team path. He leaves behind a comb and a piece of cloth, and it turns out that static electricity is also in an orichalcum detector.
That is true. Yeah.
Now that I call bullshit on.
I think wasn't that actually wits, or you have the fish?
I thought that's one of the more interesting things about the Wits path was how Sternhardt is apparently this MacGyver genius who knows how to find orichalcum by putting a comb in a piece of cloth together. He doesn't do this in any of the other paths for some reason.
No, you get a different orichalcum detector. Also, what I really, Sternhardt is a complete idiot. We know that, but as you say, he's not a complete, Well, I was going to say he's not a complete idiot in his profession. Obviously, he couldn't find that piece of etching in the fucking temple that just clearly stood out. But the other thing is that he basically stayed down there and starved to death and never even bothered to check the fucking waterfall. And Indy does that within like 5 seconds.
That is true.
Well, we do, because we've played this game before. Imagine the Indy of the other players would still be stuck in the tomb in Tycho.
I don't know. The waterfall is visually appealing, so it becomes natural to try to check out, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe that's how he died. He was hypnotized by the waterfall.
I think that was it. He was just going, that's a very, very pretty waterfall. And
look at that beautiful VGA color palette cycling.
There's a big fucking chain in there. Go yank it or something. What do you think it's doing in there? Jesus, some archaeologist.
Yeah, idiot. Adios, stupido.
Like I said, I was more concerned that I had done something, because I know LucasArts games don't have dead ends, but I was still really concerned that I had somehow messed up by crushing those stone discs under the elevator.
Well, if there is a place in the game that makes you fear for dead ends, it will always be the labyrinth.
Oh yeah. Woohoo!
A whip has never ever made a sound approximating snick.
Ooh. This bit is not in any of the other paths.
And that's true. It's kind of...
Yeah, you really should save your game here.
This is kind of reminiscent of that scene in Star Wars where Obi-Wan is sneaking over to disable the tractor beam.
It is, and this is actually a really interesting... I think you just messed up. But this is an interesting part of the game, where there's actually a sneak section. You can choose to fight him, or you can mess up like Sam just did, I think. Where'd the other guard go anyway? Or you can stand behind one of these stone pillars and just shove it in his face.
Oh yeah. The music during these bits are also pretty brilliant.
Yeah. That is one of the most evil-sounding pieces of music in the entire
I need
game.
to point something out here. That fight really is not meant to be winnable. The thing is, when you try to fight him, most...
Oh no.
I think he pressed F5 again.
Yeah. Sam, you pressed F5. He'll be back. He did so last time. And there he is again. Never ever press F5.
I know, but
I did not know F5 quit Hangouts. I did not know that.
Me neither.
Please don't do it again, because at some point I'll try.
Anyway, you were saying.
Most players who try to beat him, I know I did when I first started doing this, will always lose because he punches really fast. I made that look easy. And as Troels was pointing out earlier, there is a proper solution to this puzzle. And I'm actually gonna go Ceramics for this because the sound that plays during this is just perfect.
Oh yeah. Let's all be quiet now.
Please do.
that was just the ad-lib shitting itself.
Yeah. Deservedly so.
Shouldn't you be with the other foreign advisor? And where's Hans?
Every Nazi talks like this in the game. All the stock Nazis have this sort of weird...
I don't know what I'm doing here.
I think it's sort of an American thing to make him look buffoonish. These guys are not top of the line Nazis.
These are dorky Nazis. My mom was a Nazi, and I am in the Nazi party. I'm just
Heil something or other.
These guys don't respawn, do they, Sam? Sam's off partying.
Stereo mix.
Correct. They do not respawn. They just lie there unconscious forever.
Yeah, you don't actually kill anyone except for Arnold.
Yeah,
I think it could be argued that Hans is worse for wear at this point, and it's not as if anyone is gonna go get help for him.
Oh right, yeah, okay, scratch that. You do kill someone. You also killed the dude in the Atlantean prison thing where you have to break Sophia out. Spoiler.
But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Nope.
You can actually find the game actually has a message for if you try to talk to Hans.
He's unconscious. Or dead.
And I don't care.
And I don't really care.
We're not exactly rushing to check his pulse.
No. That's great. So for those of you, this dude's voice in the talkie version, not this guy, but Arnold's. I mean, Arnold's just become this sort of icon of Fate of Atlantis, and he only appears in this path.
Well, he's like, actually, he's. It's another movie element brought over to the games, I think, because there's always this fight which is considered unwinnable from the get-go, like with the guy in Raiders, the really big guy who gets splattered all over an airplane, and there's also such a fight against the big burly Indian guy in the second one, and I think The Last Crusade has a similar scene too. But it's kind of like it goes a long way to make you feel familiar with what you're doing. You've seen a variation of this before.
And they did this again. I know we dare not mention the Crystal Skull, but they did it again, sort of, in that movie. Except Indy actually won that fight, so it wasn't really fair.
That's true. That was the guy getting eaten by ants, right?
Nah, he was just a dick. Also, I'm really impressed that Sam's actually taking on these fights, because every single damn time I play this game, it's I just hit the 0 key, sucker punch them, move on. Because the fight mechanic in this game is broken as hell.
It's not that good. It's not the same level of quality as the Batman Arkham games.
Oh no! And by the way, we are definitely about to commit homicide right here.
Yeah.
Yes, I could actually beat this guy hand to hand, but
this is funnier. Oh! And I love how it's just standing. So
Yeah.
okay.
You know,
I
definitely
have to go back on Stereo Mix for this because I love the sound that it makes.
Right.
Yes.
Oh! That was, ouch!
A Stone Age weapon for a Stone Age guy, and then he puts on his sunglasses and then goes, yeah!
And we are, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, playing this with the ad-lib, which means there are no digital sound effects. Of course,
Well, there weren't digital sound effects in the floppy either, which we're also playing.
There wasn't?
No, I don't think there was.
And as we can see, Andy has just increased his body count.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
when
there
I
it
go a-wandering among the mountains, I Godemos Igitor. I have no idea what that means.
It's the eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the fight.
So this part is actually where things get interesting. I smell American blood.
We're all alone, so chaperone, let's misbehave.
Ladies and gentlemen, you there, Americana. This is Arnold.
Yes, and this is
I
going to be
wonder-
interesting.
Yeah, this is. I'm actually think I have some popcorn. Hold on, just.
I'll say that the answers are not random. There are actual songs that he does like. He never heard of American songs. He doesn't like wussy-sounding songs like My Blue Heaven. So I think I'm screwed. I have to fight him. There are right answers to this puzzle, but for some reason, the randomly generated ones are not the right answers.
Oh. Well, you did mention that you were able to beat him once.
Yeah.
So
I think, you know, we'll try to cheer you on as best as we can, but I think you should definitely have a few goes at it before.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Well, but you're not presenting Sam anymore.
I know. I just wanted to show my bag of popcorn.
Oh.
Here you go.
Aren't those cold?
Yeah, they're cold and they're gooey as hell. Much
That's
like the piece of gum he's carrying.
That's disgusting.
I know. I'm not even that hungry.
Yeah, this is yard tops.
Oh,
And here we
Okay,
go.
that was
Whoa.
that was a bad start. Let's try
That was a
again.
bad hit. That was a very bad hit.
And Indy comes out of the gate and is completely fucked up in the first 5 seconds.
And in one corner,
And in one corner,
he's
the Teutonic terror,
yes.
Arnold the bitch slapper.
Come on! You've got it!
Oh yeah.
He just knocks so much off one's health. It's
Yeah.
scary.
The problem is, he hits like a truck, but he's very slow, and that's kind of what you have to take advantage of. I'll give it one more try, just for posterity.
If you ever manage to you know, if we don't get it here and you manage to do a repeat performance where you actually knock him out, please do send us a video.
Oh yeah. Oh Jesus.
Part of the problem is I have to block his attacks, and you know that's the only way you can really last against him is by blocking it when he punches. Otherwise,
Well, that guy just takes off more than half of your health if he lands a
Yeah, it takes off at least 75%, if not 80. But
And even if you block him.
wow! Oh,
Jesus.
that's
Yeah.
whoa! Oh, you managed to come a long way. I will give you that. I've never ever.
You know, round of applause. Round of applause. That is still admirable.
I've never ever managed to take off as much of his health as that.
Nope. I've never even tried, to be honest.
He actually looks a lot like the guy from Raiders.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. The guy who gets ground up in the airplane propeller.
Yeah.
No. I'm done with the popcorn, by the way. That was they were fucking disgusting.
I don't have popcorn, but I ate these really disgusting crisps yesterday. The ones I
crisps?
Yeah, chips. The ones I sent you a snap of, the meme ones.
Oh right, yeah. Now that is interesting that you would call them crisps because the Danish word for chips is chips.
Chips, yes. Well, I've studied to be an English teacher, and I used to talk British English at that point too. I've since lost that, unless I put so much effort into retaining the accent that you can hardly call it speaking anymore. Then it sort of becomes acting.
Okay.
True confession time.
So now we've got the actual orichalcum detector, which is an amberfish on a string, and I love the Uri Geller kind of theremin sound that this thing makes. I love it.
That's hilarious.
The substitute for this on the witch path, I think. Oh, sorry, I should be shutting up. Sorry, do that again. I was looking elsewhere. It's cute as hell.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Thank you for that. Anyway, in the I think it's the witch path, or is it the team path, or maybe it's both. You just put a piece of static cloth on a comb, and that acts as an orichalcum detector.
Yeah, that's true.
Again, I'm calling bullshit. It's pointing at me, which is because you're actually carrying orichalcum. You're supposed to get the fancy. Oh, you got the fancy box.
Put the orichalcum back in the box.
Put an orichalcum in the box. That's a vaguely stupid South Park reference.
I was making fun of Con Air, but I'm glad South Park has gone there before me.
They might have actually been making fun of Con Air. What are we saying?
You should make fun of Con Air.
So I think what Sam's doing now is trying to find a
orichalcum, which that's the in-game reason of what I'm trying to do, but and the actual thing is I'm trying to find Sophia, and I think I've looked at every room so far, and I haven't found anything.
Oh, right. She's in a hole somewhere.
Yeah.
There was a hole in the wall in the other room, but apparently it was not that hole.
Oh, it's this room.
That's fine. It's pointing downward. There you go. So we're supposed
it's a randomly generated room every game, so it's interesting it chose this one. I've never had this come up, this particular room come up in all times I've played this game.
That is kind of interesting, because it shows how, their random number generator is better than ours in open crowdsource. Rubber, baggy, bubby, bankers. Is Hey Down There a Star Wars reference?
Hey down there!
Could you give us a hand with this?
Could be. I was asleep. At the bottom of a waterfall? What the hell, are you narcoleptic? Haha, I'm laughing. Now get me out of here.
She is wonderfully sarcastic.
I do, like I said, I have this, she gets on my nerves when I play the team path, but in every other path, she's there just enough for me to, she's really endearing. And like you say, she gives Indy a run for her money, and that's what any good action heroine is supposed to do.
She's not Cedric as a sidekick.
That's exactly it. She is not Cedric.
But that's actually a criterion of quality for any character in any game, any work of fiction ever.
But I mean, as far as feminist heroines in adventure games go, Sophia is right up there.
For the time, she is far up there.
Oh yeah.
I don't think you were talking about feminist heroines in 1992.
No. Well, you weren't, and also, she does, fall into the, trap of being the damsel in distress every once in a while. But by and large, she is.
She has
well-written, well-rounded character.
She has to be in distress, or she certainly has to be a tad more inefficient than the main character, because the game is about fucking Indiana Jones. That came out completely
that
wrong.
came out entirely wrong.
The game is about Indiana fucking Jones.
What? Indiana was the dog.
The dog.
We named the dog. By the way, welcome back to. And also, this scene really reminded me of that scene in Raiders where he goes to the the bottom of the pit and the staff and the light that shines onto the little miniature city thing. This is right up there. Whoever wrote this, first of all, that was Hal Barward. Sorry.
Yes.
First of all, was a great researcher. Had a fantastic story to tell, grounded in. At least accepted mythology, not reality, but at least accepted mythology, but also had a really, really good grasp of what Indiana Jones fans like.
Yeah.
It's not just the punching and kicking and saving the girl and such. That has never been the de facto reason for watching an Indiana Jones movie.
That's true.
It's been the mystery and the exploration and making archaeology fun the way that it isn't in real life.
Yeah, I don't think anyone. I think anyone who saw Indiana Jones as a kid had a dream about becoming an archaeologist at one point. Of course, then you learn that archaeologists are basically sitting around with spoons digging in mud in the rain. But until you learn that, then it's very appealing.
There's actually a line in the Last Crusade movie where he actually just completely debunks himself and just he's teaching a class and goes 90% of your work is spent in the library, and he just really draws that out in the library.
That's true.
Reading, researching.
Thera, that is it. That's the island. Except it's different in the Witch Path.
Yeah. I might have actually, when I was playing the Fists Path last, I know I previously said that I had gone all the way up to Atlantis. I may have been mistaken because I don't recall ever getting to Thera.
This was the bit that in the Witch Path was the standalone, not standalone demo, running demo.
The bit where there's instead of this captain guy on the boat, there's a snooty guy walking around with a clipboard who doesn't want you to take his precious balloon, and you're supposed to use the balloon.
And I recall playing the demo of this way too late. Obviously, we're in the early 2000s, I think, and I was just blown away by it because even that little bit was so Indiana Jonesy. It was perfect.
And speaking of Indiana Jonesy, this is like the quintessential Indiana Jones response. Plan? I don't have a plan.
One thing we should probably mention before I forget it, for no obvious reason, is that when LucasArts were doing talkie CD-ROM versions, Day of the Tentacle and Sam & Max and such, they had really, really high fidelity voice acting. And I mean, like really like not 16-bit, but actually 16-bit.
Yeah.
Whereas for those of you who are not audio savvy, the difference between 8-bit and 16-bit is if you speak clearly or if you speak into the sleeve of your shirt.
Pretty much, yeah. That's a good analogy.
And Fate of Atlantis, I guess because there's so much dialogue in it, when they sat down to do the voice recording, they just went, fuck it, let's just do it in 8-bit because there's so much dialogue.
Well, it also, of course, is the first talkie to use audio stored in the game resources and play them, have individual files that are packaged into this big archive and then played back individually. Obviously, Loom predated it, but Loom used Redbook CD audio, so it's implemented very differently.
With a condensed script by famously racist author Orson Scott Card.
Yes.
I just love that sentence.
Well, that was actually on the posters for the game.
The unusual logic with this puzzle is that, you know how in most adventure games you have to open things to find stuff inside? In this one you close the box. Oh no, this is a different puzzle, never mind.
Yeah, it's on a different path, but I know exactly what you mean. It's the same fucking puzzle in Day of the Tentacle where you walk into this guy's room and the thing you have to do is close the door you just came in through to find a set of keys.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's right. In a different path, there's an invoice on the top of this box that you take back to Snooty McSnootbag, and he hands you this balloon thing. I was stuck on that for ages.
Snooty McSnootback, the famously racist clipboard fetishist Snooty McSnootback.
He doesn't have a name. He's just Port Authority in the game.
Yeah. But his name to me will always be Snooty McSnootback. I actually had an idea of doing a series, because I want to be an adventure game designer, but I can't draw for shit. So I actually had this idea of doing a series of games starring Derpy McDouchebag, who I haven't even decided what situation he's going to go in, but I just love the name Derpy McDouchebag.
Oh, that is cool.
Cool. Well, that's a running start right there.
Derpy McDouchebag.
So if you have an idea for what Derpy McDouchebag's first adventure should be, just a sentence or two, I can run off and do that.
Derpy McDouchebag and the Vagina Caper.
Wow. Right. I'm just gonna let that sit for a while.
I haven't done my Virginia Capers voice yet. I'm still waiting for the opportune moment.
There is no opportune moment for that.
I think Dr. Uberman could sound like Virginia Capers.
He does have kind of a drawling voice, kind of like a drawn-out, very, very deliberate kind of delivery.
Yeah.
Think of bombs!
Think of
And cut.
Berlin Picayune, dated June...
Nazis under ice.
What puzzle are we solving here?
Trying to find Atlantis, and I think that it's you have to look into the book to determine the location, but there is a trick. Of course, I'll show you the exact page.
Oh yeah, Plato's tenfold error, right?
Plato's tenfold error, so you have to divide this number by 10, and then you have to flip this direction. So opposite of northwest is southeast, in order to determine where the city is from Thera, rather than where Thera is from the city.
So who actually tells you that you have to, divide by 10 and flip the directions around, or are you just supposed to figure that out by yourself?
Wait,
it's on the second page of the book here.
Oh yeah.
Oh right.
It's a tenfold error.
So you have to determine how far the city is from Thera, but not how far Thera is from the city. Isn't that the exact same distance? I know you have to reverse it, but
what I'm saying is you're just reversing direction. I'm not saying you reverse the distance.
because I just went, whoa! Well, this ruins all the physics I was taught.
No, but he also had the tenfold error of him being like me, incredibly bad with measuring distance. So like the page just said, it could have been 1,000 miles, could have been 10,000 miles. Who knows?
Plato had a 30 miles penis. Oh God, I made a tenfold error.
Oh, good. And we made a YouTube joke. Gentlemen, I'm just gonna step out for a brief second. Please entertain yourselves.
Sure.
Okay. What music is it this bit? Because I can remember I was blown away back when I played the demo of it.
Well, the score of this particular island actually shifts between 3 or 4 different songs at a time because IMUSE randomizes it. I think based on your location, which room you're in.
Yeah.
When the song cue starts. Right now, it's playing a cue that I think usually plays during Atlantis. I'll switch over to stereo mix right now so you can hear a bit of it.
Thank you. Oh yeah, that's the bit I remember. I was quite floored by that back when I just played the demo. And, Denmark didn't have much of an adventure gaming scene, so playing something like this, even though it was an old game by then, was quite new to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's still interesting to me as well. You don't really see this in any other adventure games, or apart from LucasArts games, of course. You don't really see like the shifting musical cues and like the randomization and like the seamless transitions.
One game that did extremely well, but that was just the transitions, of course, was Monkey Island 2. That main scene in Woodtick. All the transitions there, absolutely brilliant. But yeah, randomized music was, I don't know. Yeah, that was probably unique to this one.
Yeah. Not much really I can say about this particular puzzle, apart from the fact that it's really unique to this path. You don't do this in any of the other paths at all. You don't. This boat captain never shows up. You never dive underwater.
No, like you mentioned, the boat is just sitting there in the wit's path with no one manning it.
Actually, I don't think the boat's even there.
No,
it's not even there because they use a speedboat. The Nazis do to get back to the U-boat in the wit's path during that one cutscene. But
right.
No, I don't think this boat appears in the wit's path at all. It kind of makes you. I kind of found it was interesting because this is. I wouldn't say that this is a difficult puzzle, but it's relatively tricky. To see it in an action path, which is usually, as you all point out, action-oriented, just pushing buttons to win combat.
Well, they probably... oh, sorry. Do go on.
It is very odd. I mean, because you do refer to the book, and it is a puzzle by all rights.
Yeah, but I do think that... Well, it might also have to do with the path being called the Fists Path, you know, because that implies that it's action in the shape of fighting. Whereas, you know, diving could also be considered a kind of action. You know, it's certainly not as relaxed an activity as just moseying around on an island.
I'm back, and I do agree. Actually, I'm just trying to zone myself into the conversation here, but the actual act of diving and trying to find Atlantis. From this fucking fishing boat thing, which actually sounds quite exciting. The whole part of how you get there kind of, you know, reminds me of the triangulation puzzle in that that's, you know, that's a bit too much effort to put into a Fist's Path, to be honest. But then again, it's not supposed to be, you know, just, you know, I'm just fighting my way through the entire game. It's still an adventure game. So
and here's another bit where
this is a relatively easy puzzle. Now that I think about it, I mean, it is the only puzzle in the path. It's basically just putting items together.
Oh, okay.
And there was another bit there where we controlled Sophia, and where Sam did. Oh
dear.
That is actually a very cinematic.
Yeah, it is. Kana, at last. Oh, sorry.
No, it's Smith.
Mr. Smith. Oh, I have like no wish to shoot you.
The most conspicuous fake name ever.
Oh yeah, and I love the way he just constantly tussles his hair, just sort of like flings it back because he's so Aryan. Yeah, Fred's doing it.
And when I do that, it goes completely. My hair is nuts to begin with. But
oh dear, the fisherman just totally upended us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never saw this coming at all, and it didn't make sense to me when I played the game. But
well, he looks so friendly, but in actuality, we know nothing about him.
That is true.
Asshole.
Why? How would Kerner and the rest of the Nazis know that Indy would come to this? You know, come to Thera and book passage on a fishing boat. And only then would they intercept them. Yeah.
Just going to bypass this part by, you know, going to the cave as quickly as possible. This is really not.
I've got 3 minutes of air left, so better yammer on about it.
Is this thing timed actually? Does he run out of air?
It is timed, but there's a very limited number of caves, as we can see. So it's not. You have to be completely, you know, oblivious to not solve this puzzle. Anyway, this is where the Fist Path ends, so I can go ahead and switch over to one of the other ones if you
cool.
want.
Yeah, and then we just finish on a high note and just you know, breeze through the Atlantean part.
Yeah, all right.
Cool.
So let's shall we?
I would go for Witch because I think that you know, I can live without seeing the team path because I think that's more or less universal.
Every Let's Play on YouTube.
Well, if we're going to skip the team path, then let me just load one quick save game here. When I used to play Fate of Atlantis a few years ago, I played on Scum VM, and you remember the captain, right? And how, you know, I mentioned this in a previous, previous hangout, the super fan hangout. I actually did make the captain difficult to beat. I don't know why I did this, but I thought it was funny. So
Sub-captain or merely subhuman?
Wow. So he has Arnold difficulty now?
Did you do this on purpose? Is he this hard, or... You're dead. You're so dead.
Yeah.
Well,
is he?
Yeah, you're just punching his nuts. Go, you can totally... Oh!
Well, you deserve that for punching him in the nuts. I mean, you can
Just
punch a lot of...
repeatedly. I mean, that dude, I mean, even though he came out on top, he's going to be pissing blood for a week.
He's sterile.
I mean, I'm not saying we should completely skip the team path. I think we should just breeze through it, if that's an option.
I can try that. There is something on the team path that is interesting to see, so I'll see if I can get through this as quick as possible.
We've already made it through we've already covered a lot of ground very quick. I mean, usually when we do this, we're drunk off our asses, so we just slowly make our way through the games.
Oh, cool. Well, there are a couple of things on the team path that are actually very interesting. One of them is Mr. Squab on a stick. The other one is the Seance with Alain Trottier. Which is, pardon my French accent, by the way, but the seance bit is really, really funny. Indy dresses up in a sheet and has a flashlight under his chin and such.
That is true.
Squab on a stick, 50 dinas. I love this guy.
I like the knife thrower.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pushing. Oh, that's such an evil puzzle.
That is very evil. Yes.
Yeah. Because Sophia won't actually get in the circle, and you need this dude's knife. So you actually have to push Sophia into this fucking circle.
This is why you can't actually talk of her as a feminist heroine.
Or you could talk of her as a feminist heroine and Indiana Jones as kind of a misogynistic bastard.
That's true. I think I will have to take another break. I think I might also fix myself some ramen noodles or something on the side because I'm feeling kind of peckish.
You can have some popcorn. Yeah, I'll just come to Jutland.
Yeah, just mail them and they'll be there in 3 days if they don't get lost in the mail.
Yeah.
But yeah, please excuse me for a bit.
Sure. And for some reason, I mean, Indiana Jones has no reason to suspect that the dude isn't just going to outright murder her. So. Yeah,
I always found that to be kind of funny. Like, the only reason why you do this puzzle is to get a knife, and you can't imagine that's... Indiana Jones doesn't know this.
No.
I mean, he doesn't know the knife is going to come and use it later in the game. He just does it because he's going to be a dick about it, I suppose.
Yeah, he's just being a sadistic fuck about it.
And there's the Darth Vader mask. At least I always felt like Darth Vader mask.
Where's the Darth Vader mask? I don't see it.
Here.
Oh, that thing. Oh, the mask there. No, that's the African mask that you. Is that supposed to be a Darth Vader mask?
No, it just kind of looks like one in the inventory.
Oh, oh, it actually kind of does. Yeah. I'm not gonna, say that, definitively, but I think that's coincidental. But yeah, it is a spooky ass mask, and actually, Indy wobbling around as the ghost of Nur Absal in the darkened room. That's actually kind of scary.
Anyways, we've done pretty much all we can in Algiers, so now it's off to Monte Carlo.
Right. Do the seance thing. Do we have because when I played the team path not so long ago, I was missing bits, and you can invite him up to your room, and you can go all the way through the seance bits and still kind of mess up the scaring him off bit, and he will just gladly come back up and perform another seance.
No, that is true. I'm actually gonna show something here. We're not gonna solve this puzzle through the traditional method. I like the scaring him off bit too, but as you said, we're going to try and blaze through this. So,
so what can you just like bamboozle him into giving up the stone disc? I didn't know there was an alternate solution.
Yeah, you can bamboozle him into giving it up basically.
Really? I did not know that. I thought you had to, seance the hell out of him.
Yeah, that's what you do that, but there's an alternate solution. I'm gonna try and do this. I was hoping, Fred would be here to see it.
We're recording this. He can see it on the stream. He'll be back.
One thing you have to pay attention to is there are certain responses that he gives in the team path. Like I fear the German agents are on my trail. You have to remember things like this, and that comes into play in the alternate solution.
Oh, so you can sort of scare him into saying, all right, the Germans are right behind me, and Sophia is actually a secret double agent or some shit.
Well, I'll go into detail when we get there.
Okay, cool. Because I have no idea what's about to happen, and I'm excited because I've played this game a lot, and I thought I knew pretty much everything there was to know, and I'm completely and utterly wrong.
Notice how he mentions how he's into gambling for some reason. So we're gonna go up to the room now.
Well, he is in Monte Carlo.
Yeah, it is true.
Actually, I have no idea what he's doing in Monte Carlo, and the game doesn't actually explain what the hell he's doing in Monte Carlo. But apparently, we just had an idea.
So instead of Indy going to try something, I'm going to tell Sophia that Chartier is all hers. And then she's going to sit down and talk to him.
Doesn't it go on auto? Oh, you get to select what she says.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
And most people thought this puzzle was unsolvable and was just a red herring, but no, it can be solved.
Oh, so if you actually select the right things,
yeah,
you can
and the responses are based on what he said downstairs.
Oh, I gotta see.
So pay attention.
I am paying apt attention. Oh, you could be an imposter. That's why I came up to your room unarmed, or unescorted, or whatever. Why was I taking a stroll when I first met Dr. Schons? Oh, dear God. Oh, so you're supposed to whisper shit to her?
No, this is kind of one of the trickery. It's like, you know about theory of mind, right? How you can't really know what somebody else is thinking, and nobody else can know what you're thinking. Your thoughts are your own unless you try to disseminate them somehow. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis does not have that. Indiana Jones and Sophia are basically of one mind. Now, Trot here mentioned the Tower cards earlier, so we're going to click that one.
All right. Fred, glad you could join us.
Thank you. What did I miss out on?
We're taking an alternate path through the seance bit.
Oh.
You fear Nazi agents, because apparently you can solve it without putting on the sheet and mask.
You can?
Apparently so. We're about to do it.
Wow.
You need money because he's gambling.
Now, this is the part where players get this far and then they give up.
How many fingers am I holding up behind my back? All right, this is like the Monkey Island 2, what's the password puzzle again.
Well, except that makes a certain amount of sense once you figure out the patterns.
So there's only one way to beat this. That is to save the game.
And guess correctly.
Oh, dear God.
I had no idea this was an option. I always assumed all the choices were wrong.
Yeah, me too.
This really shows you how much effort
now,
they put
here's the thing.
into this.
It's not any of these numbers. What I end up doing is I have to click the same response over and over again until he says it's correct. So, I apologize, but
that's okay.
It's going to be kind of repetitive.
It's worthwhile.
So one of the whoa.
Wow.
So that's just random? He'll just randomly say, cool.
Yep. Basically.
I've never ever seen that.
Okay, so Nurapsal says, give up your quest in the stone key. Hand him over, fucker.
Nurapsal probably doesn't say hand it over, fucker.
No, he is wise indeed, so I would... Au revoir. He just fucked off. Dear fucking Christ. I have never seen that in my life, and I've played this game a million times.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That was amazing. Dude, that's a first. This has never been on YouTube, I'm absolutely dead certain.
And because of this, you never need to pick up the mask, you never need to pick up the bed sheets or the flashlight. You don't even need this mask, you can just carry it around for the rest of the game if you want. Actually, you can't. You really can't. You have to trade it into Omar Al-Jabbar to get the squab.
On a stick.
Yep. On a stick.
Now, do excuse the eating sounds coming from my corner over here. I can get this
drinking. So.
Because what happens if you don't pick up the mask and you solve that puzzle and you go through the whole business where Omar has something to offer you? Because the camel trip goes to shit. Sophia asks for the mask, so you have to pick it up anyway.
Really?
And then you can trade it in for something else.
They really thought ahead in this game. There are no dead ends. Also, the whole bit about what you have to give the squab on a stick guy, that puzzle is just a lot of walking back and forth. It's the right color, but it's not really. Jesus fucking Christ! I spent, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes just walking back and forth. Fred without his glasses looks weird, by the way. You guys can't see it on the stream.
It's because I'm eating this and it's steamy, so my glasses will just, turn completely white if I try to eat it. I actually went without glasses for most of my life. I only
had to do that.
Fuck you. Well, that's the thing with glasses. I've only worn these for a couple of years, like 2 or 3 years. But everyone who takes off their glasses just look like moles.
Me too, and I just did. Just to be solidary.
I think we're actually kind of handsome without glasses.
Yeah. Actually, it's. Have you ever noticed the Superman bit where I'm one person now, and now I'm someone completely different?
Yeah, I actually get, whenever I change my Facebook profile picture, someone will inevitably go, "You look like Clark Kent." I'm like, well, I have no idea why. It must be because of the the rims on the glasses, because I'm sure no dead ringer for Christopher Reeve.
We just had to, because I know this puzzle is a lot of walking back and forth.
That is true.
Not a bad puzzle, but I also love the hey, this baseball isn't signed by whoever. It's signed by some dude named Ron Gilbert.
Yeah, all the items are scams in one way or another.
And a lot of writing went into that, I think. Which again probably explains why they did the talkie version in low fidelity, because they just went, holy shit, that's a huge script. Hold the squab. What the hell is a squab? No one knows what a squab is. I'm gonna look up.
I have no idea.
I mean, I have to look up what the hell a squab is.
I'm just muting my my microphone intermittently to spare you from.
I'm gonna switch it back to stereo mix in a little bit.
Okay, cool.
Oh, go ahead.
Wikipedia states that in culinary terminology, a squab is a young domestic pigeon, typically under 4 weeks old. So it's a baby pigeon.
It's not so fun anymore, is it? When you know that you're basically eating animal babies on a stick. I mean, the next day he'll be offering kittens on a stick.
See, now it's funny again.
What an asshole.
Anyway, we solved the puzzle, I guess. So now we're off on the balloon. I just like the idea they're offering balloon rides, and it's just like a 4-foot rope that the balloon's hanging in. What a terrible balloon ride that is. And the dude's just standing there. Okay, that's another.
I love the fact that when the rope comes down, the guy's just standing there.
Not again. That's the 3rd balloon this week. I do like the balloon music. I should shut up. I actually like all the music in this part of the game because it's, it sounds like the region that you're in, but it's also mixed with all these Western instruments and also it's ad-lib. So. So now we're basically on to the same scavenger hunt that we were on. You find that X really, really fast, Sam. I mean, I usually spend like, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes.
When the game diverges paths, I think it randomly generates at the beginning of the game the location of the X. So that means if you play through all 3 paths on the same game, the X will be at the same place every time.
Oh, okay.
So in this case, it's going to be here pretty much every time. If I play on Wits path, it's going to be here. In fact, I could take a screenshot. I could go to this particular part of the map without the X, and it'll trigger the next scene in the game.
Really, you can land on the X even though it's not appeared on the map?
Yeah, you can even fly over the X, and as you can see here, you'll get. I'll just.
That's amazing. I'm learning so much. Ah, and they shoot you the fuck down. Body count number 1.
That was also an excellent sound.
Yeah. I've seen better landings. Him too. By the way, in the Fists path, you didn't have to fill the generator with fuel from the car here, or the truck. What the hell did you do?
You don't have to do anything with the generator. In fact, you don't even have to do anything with the truck. The truck is completely unusable. You're just using the balloon.
But in the Team and Wits path, you have to siphon gas out of the truck to fuel the generator. And then, I think on the Wits path, you have to then siphon gas out of the generator to go on the truck, which you don't have to do on the Team path. So that's kind of where my expertise ends. It's either a hose or a sleeping snake. Knowing Indiana Jones, yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much the same thing we've seen earlier. Just a bit more of an expanded puzzle because, actually, I guess I'll show you. As they pointed out, if you try to turn on the generator, it doesn't turn on. So, got to go up here.
You have to do a bend throttle thing.
Yeah, I don't think.
Well, no,
you
know.
It doesn't show. It doesn't have to, put his mouth on it and siphon it out. I presume that he does because I don't see any other way he can get gas out of there.
Waiting around for a really long, or tipping the truck over, or no, I'm out of ideas.
Yeah. Anyway.
Are you using keyboard shortcuts?
Yes.
Because that's awesome. I always, especially in Sam & Max, because the only way to select different icons in Sam & Max is to just right-click until you get to it, and invariably you will right-click one too many times, and you'll have to right-click all the way through it again. So I dearly love the keyboard shortcuts in Sam & Max.
Oh, I just show a little bit of an Easter egg here. You can actually talk to the hole, and...
Oh, I've done that. Did you find her upside down there? In the talkie version, all she does is she literally does the Kenny voice. She just speaks into her sleep and goes. I would. This part is also different on the different paths. Yeah, for instance, here you find the stone disc here on the Wits path, but on the Team path, it's not there because you're supposed to get it from. I can't remember.
Oh, well, there's either a sunstone in here, or in the Fifth path is a sunstone. In the Wits path, there's a little figurine which does not appear at all in any of the other paths. So.
All right, the figurine you used to trade for whatever.
And you get the sunstone from Trottier in all the other paths of the game. So.
All right.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, since you never deal with Trottier in the Fifth path, you don't actually get the sunstone from him. So.
No, he just sent you. He just gives you his business card and just sent you on his way.
Yeah.
Or on your way, I guess. Second language.
Anyway. And of course, the funny thing is the Wits path makes the fixing the chuck very difficult. You actually have to. But yeah. But anyways, just kind of rambling here.
You actually have to what? Sorry.
Never mind, I'm just kind of rambling here. The truck, what I'm basically saying is the truck is a bit more difficult to fix than the Wits path.
It is. I spent a lot of time, because on this, there's still fuel left in it, as far as I remember. So you can just, close the thing. It needs a spark plug, but you steal that from the generator, and then off you go. But in the, or not. Well, you still need fuel. Apparently, you still need to put. Fuel
oh, you know what? I had to get the spark plug from the generator.
Ooh. Oh, you didn't do that. Oh, sorry.
Because it's still on.
Yeah.
Oh, and
touch of hands off. I like how versatile the scum system is when they can just interchange verbs on a whim. Also, note that they didn't bother drawing a climbing up the ladder animation for Jones. He's just walking casually up it.
It's just not really switching verbs. Is it? It would be the nouns rather that you can switch.
No, it's the verbs. Touch is a verb.
Oh right. Oh yeah. Yeah. My bad. You were referring to that. But the nouns also change in the dark bit. You know, you have like
oh right. Yeah. A clay thing and a pointy thing. And, yeah. Oh, and here's our favorite puzzle once again. And Sophia is no fucking help whatsoever.
No.
The only thing that's cool about this puzzle, as opposed to the Fists path, is that whenever you scroll by, she just stands there and waves. Hi.
That's fun.
Help out. Come on, help a brother.
Did someone say bitch?
I did.
Oh. That's
I can
not
do
nice.
that. Nah, I know, but she is remarkably unhelpful. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, at this point she is.
Then again, she's not an archaeologist. Oh, wait, she is.
Yeah. Well, she's gone more into the psychic pseudoscience field. Obviously.
And I mean,
it's funny how they call this a team path, but she really doesn't do much after this portion of the game.
That is true.
No, she just acts as a online hint system. Because you can talk to her and go, "What should we do now?" I don't know. Whatever the hell you were doing.
You know, I think I'm gonna go have my second beer just because I feel like it. So excuse me. This show is basically me walking on and off. I know that.
I've only had one pee break so far. Also, I like how Indy's monologue here was broken up with Sophia taking half of the monologue.
Yep.
I do have an idea that they designed the game. I mean, the team path was probably what was designed first, and then they sort of made the other paths around that.
Yeah, I reckon that's what it was as well.
This is the most LucasArtsy path to take. Boy, you are really breezing through this.
Yeah, that's part of that is because I have the fast hotkey, so it makes this game a little more tolerable. Well, not tolerable, but just easy fast to get through.
Get behind me, Satan! Wait, that's a different line.
We're not that part of the game yet.
Nope. And Sternhardt's message here will change. I think actually the comb and the scarf is gonna be down here.
Wouldn't it be sweet if his way of death changed?
Nope. It's not here, but the moon is the moonstone always here? Because he stole that.
I don't think it is in the last.
The world stone. No, the world stone is only here in 2 paths. I think it's not in the 5th path.
Oh, I'm sorry. The moonstone is the last stone. This is the world stone. You have the sunstone, world stone, and moonstone.
Yeah.
Right. So, and so in the wit's path, that's when you run around with the comb and the scarf, and I still call bullshit on that. No one has challenged me so far, so I'm just gonna. I have no, I'm not a physicist. I don't know how orichalcum works. I'm just gonna go.
Well, first of all, you have to face the problem that orichalcum doesn't exist. So what it does is up to help our basically. I completely mangled the guy's last name there. Hellburl.
Hellburl.
Hellburl. Derpy McDerpy face.
We've got one viewer who just chimed in, not chimed in, just tuned in when we were just going blah 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 blah, and he just assumes the rest of the stream was like that.
This is the part where we speak Danish.
And he just left.
Well, I don't think the people viewing like when you draw attention to them. It makes them feel imperfect.
Yeah. I think you're right. I should just shut up. And one thing you should never do, ladies and gentlemen, when you're doing a hangout is look at how many viewers you've got. Just please remember, it's gonna be on YouTube. Other people are gonna watch it.
All right. I'm actually gonna have to take a short break for a little bit. I will put this on stereo mix for a little while, so you guys can hear the beautiful music. So just sit around and bullshit until I get back.
Okay, well, that is what we do on a regular basis.
We're pretty good at bullshitting.
Yeah, we're good with that. So, what can we take away from this game so far? Because evidently, all of us gathered here are in total love with it, and I'm glad that we're addressing some of the shortcomings. But there are precious few of them. I'll say this is still a damn good adventure game, and it also strikes me that this is probably the one really, 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 really good licensed game out there. Because normally licensed games are shit.
By far, this is probably the best licensed game I've ever played. I mean, licensed is kind of a stretch because it was Lucasfilm Games or LucasArts, and they kind of held the rights to whatever. And
that is true, but in the sense that they probably couldn't do anything with it that they hadn't run past George first, so he could approve it.
No.
And obviously, the guy was notoriously flaky even at this point.
and back then, they were explicitly told not to touch the Star Wars license. So I guess for them to just go, what else we got? Indiana Jones, cool. We can make an adventure game about Indiana Jones.
Yeah, Lucas obviously turned flaky with Star Wars, especially in the 90s. The prequels were probably on his mind as early as this.
What really strikes me as interesting is that you've got a series of, you've got two adventure games based on the Indiana Jones license. And if you put Star Wars and Indiana Jones up next to each other, I mean, they're both action-y kind of movies. Yeah, I just like the idea that they went with an adventure game for Indiana Jones. Let's forget the action games that came out simultaneously.
It existed, but they, I don't think they were marketed. They certainly weren't marketed to the same extent as this, or we'd be able to remember them. But no, finding that game is an archaeological excavation in itself.
Yeah, and they were unequivocally terrible. They were. Deeply terrible. I think Dust Nostalgic actually did a video of the. I might be misremembering. Sorry?
I came back and the game had crashed for some reason.
You're also totally in the dark.
Yeah, that was intentional.
Oh.
Ooh. So I've lost my progress, unfortunately, because of the game's crash.
Well,
now,
we're on the team path, so what's...
You did have some save games, right?
I do have save games, so just trying to figure out where I would have... Which ones I...
What's the next big thing that happens on the team path that doesn't happen? Because we're on Crete, so we're basically... we're like a stone's throw away from Atlantis.
You encounter Colonel again, he holds you up at gunpoint, and you can either give him the stone disc or you can die. And then I think the next save game I have after that is a captain, so we'll just pick up from here.
Okay.
Oh, actually, the infiltration of the submarine is actually a really good sequence, for my money at least. I deeply love it, actually. Correct me if I'm wrong, you infiltrate the sub on the wits and team
screen. Lock screen again.
Sorry, yes. Say well. Do you?
No one wants to look at us.
No, you're right. Do you infiltrate the sub on the wits path as well? I think you do.
Yes,
you do.
But you don't shoot yourself out of the torpedo tube.
So that's true. But actually, you could say that with the exception of that, 2 out of the 3 paths converge here. On the submarine.
Kind of. On the team path, I think you commandeer the sub and you do this.
You do.
And Darth Helmet, I dearly hope that you're tuning in right now because by
this
the end
is
of
another
this,
bit that he doesn't like. But I don't know. I can't say I'm overly fond of it, but I don't hate it. It's like to me, it's a silly thing to bitch about because in my opinion, this game gets a free pass just because it's so damn good. Well. Of course, there'll be weak parts. Of course, there'll be experiments that didn't work out. But all things considered, on the whole, it's brilliant enough for me to forgive stuff that doesn't work as well.
To be fair, the bit that he dislikes is not the actual infiltration of the submarine part. It's the finding Atlantis while commandeering the sub.
And that was what I was referring to.
Okay,
I don't really mind it that much.
I saw a Tumblr post recently where it basically just condensed Fate of Atlantis down to an American boards a German submarine and bitches about the cuisine.
Here is something interesting. If you try walking over, again, way over to the left, Sam, I suppose these guys are an EGA. These are 16 colors.
Yeah, I would sound that strange too, and they look nothing like the sailors who appear like in the Wits Path at all. So
it's kind of fascinating. Did this mean that there was an EGA version in development before they switched? I know for a fact that there was a Wolfenstein 3D EGA version, the art for which was drawn by the same guy who designed Biomenace, Jim Norwood. So it's not entirely impossible.
No,
it's sort of an artifact left over from that because, you know, nothing else in the game seems to be an EGA.
Yeah, it could be. It could well be. Of course, LucasArts did actually mix EGA and VGA on other occasions. It's just that we rarely notice. I mean, Loon, the CD version, does actually have a few EGA bits in it. For instance, the tunnel labyrinth near the glassmaker's city. That is actually EGA in the CD-ROM version. The funny thing is, if you play the FM Towns version, it's VGA. So they did, at the point where they did the CD-ROM version, they did have 256 colored drawings of it, but they just didn't use them for some reason.
I love this puzzle, by the way, because first of all, it's a dialogue puzzle, and I quite like dialogue puzzles. And the second is that Sophia just went, "Excuse me, Mr. Guard Person," kind of preempting Day of the Tentacle. "Excuse me."
Laverne.
Excuse Mr. Tentacle Guy.
I love that game. We should play that game on this too.
Oh, definitely.
We should smoke weed and play it.
Yeah, that's going to be a long-ass stream, isn't it?
I like this part here because if you try to use the, I'm going to go ahead and save the game because I am going to die again. If you try to use the solution that in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade,
oh yeah,
the game does not like that.
What's the solution from the Last Crusade that you're talking about?
Well, you're able to get into the castle.
Yeah.
In the movie, it's like, "We're here to see the tapestries."
Oh, if you are a Scottish lord, then I
am Mickey Mouse.
How dare he? That is by far my favorite bit. No, wait, that's my second favorite bit. My first favorite bit is, "This is how we say goodbye in Germany."
I love the guy who gets thrown off the motorcycle, and Indy's laughing, and he's looking at his dad, and he's just sitting there with his stern face on,
just shaking his head, going, I'm sorry, Dad."
I love this bit in the talkie because if you get close here, Uberman and Kerner will talk. So this is where Uberman goes, "Relax."
Yeah, this is a great bit of dialogue here. It's also got a lot of.
We are approaching a civilization that played with.
Now he's Jamaican. That's becoming a running thing.
Sorry, Sam, you were saying. Yeah.
There's also a bit of dramatic irony in this scene, as I like to call it, because Kerner reassures Uberman that stones are safe in the captain's strongbox right behind him, which Indiana Jones promptly opens and takes.
And by the way, whenever Fred does Uberman's voice, it's literally nails on a chalkboard. It's so damn accurate.
The actual voice is nails on the chalkboard too.
Yeah.
I love that. That one last bit in caps. "What have you done to the stones?" made me wish we were playing the talkie because I can just hear him shouting it.
What have you done with the stones?
What have
I
you
forgot
done with them?
Yeah, you're right. His voice acting is pretty special.
I do love it. It's
Here we go.
hammy.
Here we go. This part is, I mean, the entrance to Atlantis is in one of, I don't know, 3 or 4 entrances. It's not that hard, but having to piece together the bits that you need to pilot the sub, that's really the challenge of this puzzle.
It's also kind of interesting because you're moving 3-dimensionally. on a 2D plane.
But this is not like codename Iceman or anything. This is I can hear my own echo. It's really distracting. But
Codename Echo.
Yeah. But this is nothing like codename Iceman or anything. Attack! Oh, we missed.
Whoops.
We missed.
That's what she said.
But really, I thought that was on the fists path. So anyway, yeah. So I really don't mind this. I mean, it's slow. This I mean, if Sam wasn't using the fast motion thing, this would be kind of tedious, I guess. But it's still.
Yeah, we did it.
I think people have been forgiving towards things that were worse overall.
And now, at this point, there's only one difference in this scene from the Everpass.
Which is that Sophia gets her ass captured.
Yeah. And if you get rid of...
Oh, sorry.
I didn't do it in time, but if I had gotten rid of the darkness effect by holding down the fast motion button, you would have seen that our actor actually disappears. Actor referring to like the sprite that moves around.
Wow.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually get dragged away. It just vanishes until it shows up at this this door again. Sort of a trick.
That makes sense, of course.
Yeah, it's sort of a trick of game design and animation.
Well, and now programming. I mean that I've been since I started programming myself, I've been really screwed up by the fact that when you play a game or you use an application and you think, oh, this is how they did it. Sometimes it's just smoke and mirrors, and this is such an example.
Yeah. And part of that is to preserve resources. I mean, every second of game design costs money, especially nowadays.
Yeah.
But it was more emphasized back then because you had so limited budgets back then. And now we're doing the Witch Path now, so we're just going to blow through this really quickly.
Do we actually know what the budget for this was? Because obviously, we talk about limited budgets, but games like
it had to have been pretty large.
Yeah, this was the AAA game of 1992, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, they had the voice actors as limited in talent as they were.
No, they were pretty good. I don't know why we're racking on the voice. I mean, they're hokey.
No, the reason I do that is because I know we all like to get King's Quest grief, but King's Quest 6 got some real big-name talent on board for their voice acting.
King's Quest 6 is a pretty good talkie.
Yeah, this pales
is, of course, superior. Yeah, it does.
Can we do something about the echo? Because it's really messing me up.
Yeah, I don't know how to...
Are you not hearing any echo?
I am.
I'm hearing nothing. Which means that I'm the one making the echo.
You shouldn't be. I think it's Sam, but screw it.
Anyway, my problem with the voices aren't the voices themselves. It's just that sometimes the inflections are wrong. And I'll give you a very clear example. Way back at the beginning in the cinema or theater or auditorium or whatever, the guy who's standing there with the machinery, the stagehand, if you ask him if he has any hobbies, he goes, sure, I read, except that he doesn't go, sure, I read in the talkie. He goes, sure, I read, with that inflection. And it's why would you say it this way? You absolutely wouldn't. You would go, sure, I read. And it's like, that just gives it this whole disjointed feel. And of course, LucasArts would grow, and they would become better at making talkies than Sierra. But for all it's worth, for all the things this does right, it's also very apparent that this is one of the first experiments.
But it's still impressive that they actually sat down and recorded all of this dialogue, because the game script for Fate of Atlantis has to be like 3 times the size of Day of the Tentacle, and Day of the Tentacle is a chatty fucking game.
Yeah. It is very impressive.
Let's see if Sam does this as fast as he did. Oh wait! Oh, of course we need to buy the.
And now beat the fuck out of the man with the fez.
That would be funny. I guess it would be fun if I could do that when I first played this game. But
that would be an interesting alternate solution. But this is the Wit's path, so I just like the idea of him just going up to a random stranger, going, "Nice fez." It's kind of festive.
This is probably one of the puzzles where I go, what the hell, you know.
I was stuck on this for so long, and like I said, I beat the team and Wit's Path in a single sitting. That single sitting did, however, take me 4 or 5 hours, and I was stuck for the longest time because I remembered the Fists Path. Right, you have to follow this guy through the streets, and I went through that sequence like 4 or 5 times. He's going, why can't I follow him? Oh, wait, he's not wearing a fez, is he? Where do I get a fez? So yeah, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, but this is never wanted. I wonder if he's going to go the same way he did last time. It would be a big help if he did, because that was really, really quick.
Oh yeah, so the game decides at the start of the game where he's.
I just realized that even if that it's definitely on that was happening.
Yeah, he's just going random places, isn't he?
Yeah, but I hear it echo on Brett also. Computer.
Oh, sorry. Sorry
yeah,
about
can you mute your ass, please?
If we're gonna mute anyone's ass, it's gonna be you.
Yeah.
I wonder.
I'll. See, this is echo.
Wow, that came through really clear.
Yeah.
That is studio mode, but it does also have the drawback of not having noise reduction. So I think whenever you speak, my mic will invariably pick it up from my earbuds.
Yeah.
But this is what I use for when doing game audio and speech.
Dude, this is much clearer. How's my voice coming through? I have no idea where studio
try
is.
Going up into the top menu and click settings. You know, the small gear, and then the menu that opens. You'll have the bottommost drop-down menu.
Oh shit.
You know, as much as I appreciate LucasArts game design, this is such a stupid and frustrating section of the game.
You have a lot of his trolls.
I do? Oh, that's probably the...
a shitload of his, and I can also tell you've got a stereo sound card, and you've got a mono microphone, because it's only coming through one channel.
Right,
I'm to my left ear.
I'm back to voice now. The servant's ducking into that house!
Do you prefer me keeping it this way, or do you want my voice to sound equally shitty?
No, your voice is coming through very clearly.
My beautiful voice!
This is where we lock this asshole in a cupboard.
Because he's a dick on this path.
Yeah, he's a dick on this path.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, it's kind of like how Sternhardt's really smart in the Wit's Path, and now Jabbar's a dick in the Wit's Path. And
yeah, maybe he has a personality disorder or something. Maybe he's bipolar. I know that's kind of dark, but
no, but
mental illness is no fun.
The taunts of this guy are really, really well written.
Patoi.
Yeah, not that one. Just the random ones. Not that one either. The other one was something about, I hope you get trapped in the desert and the sun boils your brain.
Scorpions plug out your eyeballs.
The dude's got a vocabulary. May the sand cover you without a trace.
How many lines do you suppose he has?
Knowing LucasArts, probably like 10, 12.
Like 8 or so lines. I think.
I wanna see if we can we read a couple more of them? We've had that one before.
May 1,000 jackals feast upon your entrails. May the goat be the mother of your children.
Oh, well, that escalated quickly.
May the sun addle your brains and cook your flesh. Yeah. I love. Is there an alternate solution?
Oh, I love that that Indy just goes, "Shut up," as he leaves. Put a song.
There is no alternate solution, but you can let him out after you get the map. And then he just leaves.
He just fucks off. And he's gonna go, yeah, as soon as I find out what's keeping the police. So it's basically, it's split time for Dr. Jones.
Yeah.
Will you guys excuse me? Please entertain yourselves.
Yeah, I suppose. So here we are again.
Thank you.
Is it only on this path that you can bribe people? Because you could pick up the same items on the Fists path, I know.
Yep, you're right. You can pick them up on the Fist path, but you cannot actually use them.
That's right.
And I'm gonna see if I can get to the dig site without using the map.
Ooh, impressive.
Well, I have one I'm making progress with. Now, for some reason, there's another alternate solution to this puzzle. If you still have the wax cat, which you can pick, which obviously we couldn't keep it in this path because we had to use it to solve the dialogue puzzle. You can give it to him and he accepts it as a bribe.
Right, yeah, because you have 3 different items. You have the blackbird, you have the other statue.
And actually, you just have 2 from the Omar shop and then the wax cat from wherever. Okay. I think it was here.
I think it was around, at the end of that path there.
The problem is he's in the way.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is not as easy as fighting, which, you know, I suppose they could have made an alternate solution, but...
I think I can draw him out. And should be here.
Thereabouts, yeah. Didn't you grab a screenshot of it earlier, or...?
I actually didn't hold on to it. Let me try this again. I actually probably will need a map for reference. Oh, it's on a different screen.
Ah. Well, that was kind of cheating, but I'm not holding that against you. It could be on this screen as well.
You know what? It might actually be randomly generated. Let me try something.
It kind of, you know, it kind of boggles my mind how much random generation is going on underneath the hood in this game. At various points, I suppose.
This game is kind of an experiment in, you know, randomness.
Yeah, but
I love it. They use it to very great effect, I think. And one of the things that I love putting in the few adventure games that I have done on my own is just these little. It's just an excuse to put in extra messages of fun. I mean, put in puzzles that get randomized just to keep players interested in replaying and such. It's actually quite easy to do in AGS.
Yeah, I think it has influenced all of us, and of course I can also partly speak for Sam because we used to work on a game together, and I think games like this and Space Quest 4 would be our go-tos. Yeah,
Space Quest 4 I thought was kind of the pinnacle of game design back then. Now, of course, if there is one thing I can fault Space Quest 4 for, it's probably the lack of item descriptions, but I think it's more to do with the fact that they really didn't want to use a point-and-click interface back then. They wanted it to be strictly parser.
Yeah,
exactly.
So, which adventure game do you think really, you know, was the pinnacle of you know, random things? I mean, stuff that got randomized during a playthrough, or just voices or
honestly,
dialogue? Yeah?
I'd say this as far as randomness goes.
Yes. Same for
as far as voice acting, I'd probably put Quest for Glory 4 near the top. Apart from the fact that, for some reason, the voice acting in the game was at a lower sampled bit rate than you would see for most games at that time. Yeah, for some reason, they used 11/25 Hz instead of the standard 22/50. So everything kind of sounded, you know, muffled.
Yeah, it did. This game was in 22 Hz 8-bit, I think.
That sounds about right.
Which is still kind of muffly, but I remember playing Quest for Glory 4 with John Rhys-Davies as a narrator, and just, you know, putting his sweet-ass voice in the lowest bit rate possible is really an insult.
Yes, Sierra unfortunately messed a bit around with quality. I don't know, as far as randomness goes, I too would select this game. Voices, I think, would go to... I can't say Gabriel Knight because of the quality and because some of the performances are a bit weird. You know, I'm not as fond of Tim Curry's performance as other people tend to be. I think he hams it up a bit.
It's a very unusual role for Tim Curry, I think. You don't expect to see him in that kind of role.
And overall, I prefer Dean Ericsson's more realistic, down-to-earth take. So I suppose I would go with Day of the Tentacle.
Yeah, Day of the Tentacle has beautiful voices, and they really fit the characters extremely well.
And it's a hilariously funny game. I will never stop laughing at it. Of course, I would say Curse of Monkey Island is also very high up there because Dominic Armato was just. He is the quintessential voice for Guybrush Threepwood.
Oh, he's perfect. And he's this no-name voice actor who basically sells it. Like, you cannot dissociate that voice from him now.
No, exactly.
You cannot have anybody else.
It's the perfect voice. It's an absolutely perfect marriage.
Exactly. Even Ron Gilbert has come out and said that, you know what, if we did talkie versions of Monkey 1 and 2, Dominic Armato should have totally done it.
Which they did.
And he's not been, you know, entirely favorable of the, what was it, the remastered editions and such. Deservedly so. I wasn't a big fan either.
They're not perfect, but the voices are pretty brilliant for the most part.
And Dominic just fucking knocks it out of the park. And what I really love about it is it's got kind of this Rockstar, you know, the movie Rockstar kind of thing, where Dominic Armato grew up with Monkey Island and really wanted to be the voice of Guybrush and would sit around and voice, you know, just talk at a screen while he was playing Monkey Island. So that's basically the voice he did for Guybrush, and it's just...
There are many amazing stories like that in entertainment. You know, Eric Singer being the current drummer of Kiss, and he actually went to a gig with him at one point in the 70s and got thrown out, I think. So...
Why would Alain Trottier just sorry to derail the conversation? Why would you just stand there and just wave the fucking stone disc around? Like, I have this rare Atlantean artifact, and I know that Nazis are on my ass.
Yeah, the Nazis are sitting in another car, just going, "Go,
go, go, swarm, swarm!"
And here's Mad Max Fury Road.
Yes. Actually, the music is not bad here, but I'm not going to derail Sam just to put on the stereo
I'll put the music on. I'll be happy to do that.
Okay. Oh yeah, this is nicely dramatic. You might actually get better results out of studio mode when using stereo mix.
Don't derail the guy. I mean, this sequence is hard enough. Also, the you know, we are playing the ad-lib version, and it doesn't, you know, whenever the cars collide, it just goes yeah. The sound effect in the digital, in the CD-ROM version, is a digital sound effect, and it's just...
Yeah, you have like brakes screeching.
Yeah.
Bam.
And you just hear metal colliding against the metal, and it's just...
Yeah, you don't hear metal in the sense that Gary Newman shows up midway.
Or Fear Factory, or yeah. But no, it's like Carmageddon sound effects.
Yeah. Probably also stock, but it works. It works in favor of it.
I just like that there's a hotspot here called Nazis. There you go! That crazy American. Let's get. Oh, that's the worst voice in the entire game. It's one line, it's one dude, and the only thing he says is, "Let's get out of here before the police arrive."
I don't think I actually recall the voice.
He says it like this: "Let's get out of here before the police arrive."
Well, that's what I meant with the talkie. There are some awkward voices in that.
For some reason, I actually quite like Trottier's voice. He's kind of douchey in a very French kind of way.
He
but
actually reminds me a lot. I wonder if he was physically modeled after what's he called, François Truffaut. I think that the guy who plays They Belong Here More Than We in Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Oh, that dude.
He looks quite a bit like him.
Could be, but then again, he's only like 16 pixels tall, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Or maybe 20.
He looks quite a bit like many people.
Boulevard de Guerre d'Étoiles and Rue Voltaire.
I love that little bit. Guerre des Étoiles is actually French for Star Wars. The War of Stars, quite literally.
Actually, the whole scavenger hunt here is really fun.
It's really ripe with puns and.
First of all, it's rife with puns. Second of all, it's one of those, much like the dig site and much like finding the actual dig site, it's one of those scavenger hunts that actually makes you feel like you're accomplishing something. And it's...
Règle du jeu, Rue de Règle du jeu, the street of the name of the game, rules of the game. Oh, there he is, Truffaut. Or Truffaut.
I don't speak French, but I'm.
I used to be proficient, moderately proficient.
I love this music, by the way. This is 1920s, 30s kind of swings.
Yeah. Very catchy.
But yeah, all the street names here, and I do mean all of them, are puns on some shit.
Avenue Victor Hugo springs to mind. The guy who wrote The Hunchback of Notre Dame. See, I love... the thing I hate about speaking French in the middle of an English stream is that whenever I then slip back into English, I will fuck up whatever French I would... Wow, the echo is distracting.
It is, isn't it?
Now there is the bit. This is where the playable demo started.
Sam, you can switch back from stereo sound or whatever.
Alrighty.
And that was why I love that. I love that music too. You know, not to make you switch back, but that's also the Creed music, I think. And that was the music I heard. I
heard you say Creed like in the Christian rock band Creed. I love the Creed music in this part. What? What?
Well, they did do a cover of
music.
The great music.
But yeah, this was the part that you wanted to solve a while ago.
And I love this whole bit just because for me it brings back memories, because this was where I learned of the game. I don't think I had read much about it before downloading the demo. I just thought Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, that sounds cool. I'll roll with that. And of course this was back in the dial-up days, so it took me like 48 hours or something to get a hold of. Now we had a 56K modem. It would have been a while. It would probably have been like half an hour. I
had no idea there was a playable demo. I only saw the rolling demo, which was on oddly enough, a KIXX re-release of Space Quest 1 VGA, which had a bunch of rolling demos from Cocktail Vision, Sierra, Dynamics, and for some reason, LucasArts.
Well, to be fair, I don't know if the rolling demo predates the actual game release. You know, if it was a proper, sorry, not rolling demo, playable. I don't know if it was something they did before releasing the game to promote it, or if it was something they did after the fact, because I only ever encountered it on the old LucasArts FTP server.
So speaking of rolling demos, I've been trying to find this CD I used to have called Sneak Peeks 2, which provided a bunch of demos of Sierra games. Like, there was this Windows demo version of Freddy Farkas, which I've never been able to find since I lost the CD, unfortunately.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, the playable demo, which has nothing to do with the game itself. It's just a standalone adventure.
Oh no, that's a DOS version of demo. There is a Windows version of demo as well, which actually lets you solve a puzzle from the original game.
Okay.
And it features voice acting from Al Lowe.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I've been trying to find it, because it actually even has like an animated portrait of him. So yeah, it's
I had no idea.
Well, Josh was very fond of that, you know, making a demo a separate entity, and he even mentioned that on the Backseat Designer season finale, because we got into the subject, that, you know, that was a clear ambition he had to make this self-contained little unit that would be very worthwhile playing.
And also, I suppose I will be courting controversy with this opinion, but is it just me, or is the playable demo Space Quest 6 better than the actual game?
It's been ages since I played it, but it was the first bit of Space Quest I ever played.
It's definitely more cohesive.
I retroactively learned that. I haven't actually played it since the mid-90s.
What I never quite understood was how they removed the King's Quest 6 reference from the full game. They kept it in the demo. When you look at the mirror and Roger's quarters.
Oh, right. There's a tall blonde overacting in a stone tower.
Yeah.
I love that. Probably Roberta walked into the room and went,
Yeah.
They also took out a lot of item descriptions in the full game as well, which I've never been able to figure out.
Another thing, if you do plan on playing Freddy Farkas, the CD-ROM version, even though the voice acting is spectacular, and that's kind of a staple with Al Lowe games, actually, his voice acting is always spectacular, don't, because they took out all the descriptions on inventory items. If you try to combine inventory, and actually there's a bunch of puzzle hints hiding in that.
Yeah.
So and Josh was understandably furious when he found out that Al had taken out all of those, because Al just sat there in the studio and went, yeah, do we really need this? No, we don't. And yeah, you kind of do.
Well, the problem is, I mean, it's thousands and thousands of lines of dialogue. I can sort of see why they took it out, because that would have been lots of extra lines for a narrator to record. But yeah, it was kind of a shame.
But I mean, in comparison to the game we're currently playing, I mean, this game is chock full of dialogue.
For those who are watching this video, I'm not doing this justice. The puzzle I'm solving here is I have to create a hot air balloon, and to do that, I had to use, in true Indiana Jones fashion, deflated balloon, fishnet, basket, and that hose I picked up from earlier.
It's actually a pretty brilliant puzzle.
It's a very difficult puzzle. It's one of the more difficult ones in the game.
But it's totally fair, and it's.
Oh yeah, it's fair, because you're on an island. There's nothing else to do, so.
And it's on the right path.
It's like Myst. In a good way.
Except it doesn't suck balls.
Also, this part is really what threw me, when you have to put the hot air balloon on this vent thing, and it just inflates, and you go up. By the way, for the pass, Fred, while you were away, Sam and I were talking about that they probably designed the team pass first, and then they sort of build the two other paths around it. The wits path is actually what I would consider the best of the auxiliary paths. Let's call them that.
I agree.
Because the fists path kind of seems like an afterthought.
Yeah, it does.
Because it does have the triangulation puzzle and stuff that wouldn't
Well, that's not unique to the fists path. The difference is just that Sophia isn't there. So, are there any puzzles on fists that are unique to that?
The diving puzzle is the only one, I think.
And rescuing Sophia from the Crete labyrinth.
Right, and then pushing the rock over. I guess that counts as a puzzle.
Yeah, that's true.
It does. Yeah.
So there's like 3, but none of them are as massive as.
What the Hohenzollern is that?
I don't speak German.
I'm pretty sure that's not a German word.
It is. I think it's a reference to a German Medal of Honor, basically.
Really?
That they awarded during World War I. The Order of Hohenzollern, whatever that means.
We were occupied by Germany for the longest time. You'd think we knew some German.
Well, I think that's a very specific reason for the fact that we don't know much German. Mm-hmm. I mean, what basically happened was in the wake of World War II, the interest in American and English stuff over here just exploded. I mean, if you look at birth certificates from the mid-40s, you have a shitload of Tommies and Bennies and Johnnies, all these American names just showing up in Danish for the first time.
The funny thing is, I don't know of many Americans who can even know the name Quisling. Like, that name doesn't mean anything to them, but I'm sure that you're very familiar with that name.
Which one did you mention again, sorry?
Quisling?
Quisling, oh yes, Vidkun Quisling.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that just sounds like a sport they'd play in Harry Potter or something.
Well, he was in Norway, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And this is an alternate infiltrating the sub kind of thing. Instead of ordering all the soldiers to converge either the aft or starboard part of the submarine, you're walking around as the captain.
Or sailor, in this case.
Sailor, whatever. But you beat up... Oh, you don't beat up the captain, you beat up a sailor, right.
You know how you solve this puzzle normally by giving the sandwich to the guard?
Yeah.
You can also just eat the sandwich in front of him.
Oh, yeah. What are you doing?
I didn't know that. Just eating a sandwich, Corporal.
That's not very polite.
I know.
Why don't you fucking go make one yourself?
I really shouldn't leave my post, but I'm very, very humble.
he just fucking in front of it. I just imagine if this was a live action adaptation, he would just be up in his face, just eating that thing and just chomping away.
Harrison Ford eating a sandwich in slow motion.
How dare he?
Jump.
And now we're at Crete.
Yeah, we went in reverse.
I can't believe you lost the Moonstone. I love the and look the way he's standing with his hands. He's standing like that all the time.
He is basically the Nazi Dr. Fred.
Actually, I'll give you an anecdote. When we did Valhalla Strikes Back, the crazy ape scientist who is shown in the very beginning of the game and also reappears towards the ending was modeled on Uberman and Dr. Farnsworth of
Futurama.
Yeah, Futurama. Thank you. And I'm supposed to be voicing him for the talkie. I recorded all of that, but that talkie is gonna take as long to make as the game itself.
Already has.
Yeah. Sad but true.
I am dearly looking forward to that because I'm playing 2 prison guards in that talkie.
Well, look, at some point, I'm just gonna say, fuck it, we'll release what we did, and we'll, apologize for the fact that it's halfway done, but I don't, there's gonna be a point where I don't feel like sitting around hoarding it for much longer.
You know what you could do? You could do the same thing that Al Lowe did with Lisa Suit Larry 7. You could just say, please save these files, these voice files, in the game directory, and your voice will show up in the game.
Yeah,
it's a
with
feature,
about
not an omission.
Yeah, with about 3,000 lines.
I did, however, convince my wife to do a computer voice.
Well, that never showed up.
No, it didn't. I
you're
got as
not
far
very,
as...
What you're saying is you're not extremely good at convincing.
Well, I got as far as
just
convincing her, we just haven't recorded it.
Well, you're just good at making her say, I will do this if you shut up, and then you shut up, but then there's no follow-up.
Pretty much.
Well,
so anyway, we've been making sandwiches, as apparently is what you do on... By the way, the kitchen is really, really well stocked on this German submarine.
Yeah, but they don't use any kind of refrigeration, so they've basically just got cold cuts sitting there. Now there must be a time limit on how long cold cuts remain cold.
Yeah, like an expiration date.
Yeah. So what we've got is rotten cuts.
I'm being very quiet. I think mostly because most of the puzzles here speak for themselves. Just basically going through the motions at this point.
Wow, he is a snappy dresser.
He is. Very fast dresser. One of the interesting things is there's a line of dialogue here where if you just look at the clothesline and he just says, it's a clothesline, yep.
Mm-hmm.
He does have a talkie version too.
It's nice that they did a little animation of him looking out, but I suppose that's just reused from what you're about to do.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
They did go above and beyond with the with this game, and I know that LucasArts had this do whatever the hell you want, just don't lose money. When I suppose when LucasArts, the dudes at LucasArts went, we're gonna do an Indiana Jones adventure game, everyone just went, it's gonna sell a ton, just roll with it.
No doubt they did, because people were already, I suppose, looking forward to a fourth movie at that point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was ever specified that Indiana Jones was a trilogy. I mean, it's common knowledge that George Lucas deals in trilogies, but
I never did understand why they never made a Star Wars adventure game.
No, that is
Me
true.
neither. That's really been a point of contention.
Well, they did make a lot of awful business decisions with Star Wars.
I don't know if I could do this now. I think it was because of the specific version of Scum I had, but I think I could pick up the statue we had and get through the gate without using the whip.
Really? No, you can't. No, you can't. Oh, you can!
You could! Wow.
Holy shit. What, did he just duck under that thing?
I don't know. I think it's a glitch.
Yeah, you clearly weren't supposed to do that.
I think your IQ points just went down or something.
Yeah. I haven't really been paying attention to it much throughout the game.
No,
Yeah, I mean,
I don't pay attention to it either.
I've never actually paid attention to points. The only time I paid attention to points in an adventure game was when you typed in cheat in Space Quest 2, and it takes you to that faux congratulations screen and gives you 255 out of 250.
Yeah.
That's the only time I paid attention to points.
Well, in Quest for Glory, they do points are a bit more important in that game because they tell you how many points you had by the end of the game, and they suggest that you play the game over again to get the maximum points. So,
is there like a reward for completing that game with full points?
No, not really.
There isn't in any points game that I can think of.
I think there is in the Dr. Brain games, but I don't remember exactly.
Nah. There's a reward for playing Loom on expert mode, where you don't, it doesn't, flat out give you the drafts, the notes of the draft. You have to listen to them. You get an extra scene where when Bobbin lifts his hood, Cobb disintegrates, but you actually get to see it instead of it happening off screen.
But it happens by default in the CD version, so it's kind of a moot point. It
does? Well, the CD-ROM version is atrocious. So
yes, but it's the only one legally available out there, so it's not really a hidden scene anymore.
Which is just, I know Anatoly is completely on board with me here when saying that that's a complete and utter shame that the only version available legally is the CD-ROM version.
Well, I also think it's a shame that the floppy version of this isn't available. I mean, at least for preservation's sake, you should have it out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to make my hair not suck. I'm just gonna do the dog. There we go.
The sound you just heard was Fred shaking his head around like he was guitars for Marilyn Manson.
Arf.
I just thought it was interesting how, thinking back to rewards for completing the games with maximum score, the only instance I could ever think of where the game tried to reward you for getting to a certain point is Wolfenstein 3D, where you have this really stupid maze in one of the secret levels in Episode 2, and if you solve it, there's a little sprite that pops up that says, "Call a Poji, say Ardwolf."
Oh yeah, right. I remember that.
Oh right. Yeah.
It was a hidden Easter egg kind of thing, and no one actually got it. So they actually set up this whole phone line, and no one ever called in. So
until they discover map editors.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, we're on the Wits Path, and we are. This is by far the most extensive use of the Crete Labyrinth.
Yeah.
I think because you get to visit pretty much every section of the game. And you get to visit this little thing.
The microscope.
Yeah, I always thought this was interesting. How this doesn't show up in any other, puzzle path.
The statue feels warm and tingly. If I was a different gender, that would be interesting. Ooh, YouTube joke. Sorry.
How most overpaths you go into the room by pushing through one of the doors, and you just bash your way in into Wits Path.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I like how the Wits Path actually has more to do with Atlantean technology than the other paths. You actually get, for my money, the Wits Path is the most well-researched path, by a tiny little stretch. But still, you get to see Atlantean machinery far earlier than you do on the other paths.
Oh, you're exactly right. I think that's what's interesting about this is you basically see more of the game, and whereas in the fifth path you're kind of fumbling around for all intents and purposes.
Yeah. Very
I mean,
true.
from here on, if you're on the Fists path or Team path, you're basically out of the Crete maze when you complete this, stone circle thing, this miniature Atlantean map thing. But here, you're still in the maze.
One thing I discovered is how even if you're not exploring certain rooms in the maze, I discovered when using ScumVM and playing around with a little, I wouldn't say cheat, like debug codes that let you move Indy into other rooms or move them into certain areas around the room. There are certain areas of the labyrinth you can explore in that path you're not supposed to be able to get to. Like, how downstairs where Sternhart is, there's a door that leads to a gate. Yeah, you can get across that gate if you use like debug codes in the Fists or the Wits path. You'll get stuck if you don't have the orichalcum detector, but you can get there.
Really? Cool. We actually missed that bit. Yeah, we missed that bit in the team path where you have to sort of horseshoe, not horseshoe, but you have to push Sophia through the gate. The bit where you said that you have to go in here on other paths and you don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, this bit, I love this bit. This is
This is a very nice screen.
Yeah, it always fascinated me, this screen here.
And it's very nice that you just subway into Atlantis.
Yeah, you just take the fucking subway. And in the other paths, you crash a submarine into it, or you stumble into it with a diving suit and such. But here, you take the fucking subway. This has kind of like the dig feel to it.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool.
Now we're at the point where all the points converge. Now this is
now
where
we're back.
Right.
But of course, we're talking about paths converging, and one thing that is also interesting is, of course, we have an alternate ending. It's possible to either let Sophia drown, or blow up with Atlantis, or sink with Atlantis actually, or save her.
I'm just gonna put this out now. I really want to see the alternate ending where Sophia just shows up and fucks everything up.
That is the only alternate ending, I believe. She don't actually get to leave her behind. If you don't take her with you or you don't rescue her, she just turns into Norapsal and, offs herself, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
That's a polite way of putting it.
That's true.
My preferred way of describing it is she fucks everything up for you.
Yeah.
But I have not seen that bit. I actually, someone said that to me on Twitter, that you could actually just leave her ass in Norapsal's throne room, which, by the way, once we get there, you will hear a long-winded spiel from me about this being the most frightening thing I'd ever experienced as a child up until this point. But you can just leave her ass there, and then you show up for the end game, and then she shows up and just basically annihilates everything.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if it's possible to basically get stuck in this game, because you need an orichalcum bead to put into the statue. So I wonder if it's possible to break the game and get to an unwinnable state. If you don't have any
I don't think it is, because you have an orichalcum machine.
No, but you cannot get to the orichalcum machine to get through that statue until you get through the front door, and that front door requires a bead. So if you somehow make it to Atlantis without any beads, I think you're stuck.
No, I think you can. I think the door won't close unless you have an orichalcum bead, or you will always have an extra orichalcum bead.
Maybe Indy says that it's his last bead and he'll save it for something else. I don't know. It would be a very LucasArts thing to do.
Oh well, we're here already.
This part is
I'm not
so...
gonna bother trying to beat him because I physically am not capable of doing it. So I'm just gonna.
This is the most gory thing that ever happens, and then the robot just sort of fucking keels over.
Well, that guy is probably dead.
Body count 3.
I do think it is refreshing that they dared make an Indiana Jones game that actually has a body count.
Mm-hmm. Did you pick up the thing that you were supposed to pick up here, Sam? You're supposed to pick up
this thing, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I did.
This is probably the one area of the game that could be considered padding. I like it. I like it because the Myth of Atlantis keeps it interesting, but there are lots of empty rooms here with little to do.
There is, and the enemies keep respawning.
Yeah. And
this part, the one puzzle that Sam's about to solve right now. Yeah. Oh, good. You took a subway as well, I guess.
It's Sternhart or it's Virginia Capers.
But the puzzle that Sam's about to solve with the ribcage here, that is the one moon logic puzzle of this game. Makes no goddamn sense.
Oh, you mean the crab trap?
Yeah, the crab trap. No, I can just go ahead and say it right now. Yeah,
that sounds like a really nasty,
STD.
It sounds like something you would call a very promiscuous girl who has no idea about the diseases she's spreading.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, that was dark.
The
Yeah.
crab trap.
Yeah, the crab trap. I think I used to go out with a girl like that.
I can't say I have. As
I
far
think
as
this is an
know.
incentive for me to finish the game as quickly as possible.
Right. Or at least get to the center of, or at least get to the Neuropsal's throne room, because that.
Well, we haven't even
is-
started. Even started talking about the associations that Francisco Gonzalez put in our minds last time we talked about it when he was there. I think it was during Rex Nebular, where he was suggesting, if not just saying, that the beats Uberman refers to must be of a slightly more frisky variety.
Beats on a string, you mean?
Yes.
By the way,
100 beats.
no, I can't take it. The screen that Sam just exited is really, really gorgeous. By the way,
Yes.
talking of color cycling, the entrance you come through is this cold blue, and then you walk in, and there's lava everywhere.
That's very, very beautifully
Why
done.
Indy doesn't melt outright, no one knows.
Oh yeah, I'm going to show this room again because I think it's pretty interesting.
It is gorgeous, and
beautiful.
the light dims as you walk past the entrance.
That's what I really like about it is how I think it's stuff to do with the torch you're carrying and how the light kind of glows as you get near.
Mm-hmm. This is
I always thought that Atlantis was really creepy. Like the more and more I played this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is, and the music really helps. And don't switch to stereo audio. We all know the music here, but the music really it's so mysterious, and you really
It is.
unless you're some sort of cold, unfeeling bastard like Darth Helmut or Francisco, for my money, just walking around the Atlantean ruins, and they just captured the feel, the decrepitude, and these are ruins, and you can just sort of tell this is an ancient city where people, actually lived and such, and it's it's really amazing to me. Also,
Yeah,
you're just zooming past these fucking Nazi guards.
Yeah, I haven't had to fight one of them yet, which is a relief because the combat is kind of annoying in this particular section of the game.
It is sucker punch territory. Sorry, Fred, you were saying.
No, I don't know. Basically, I was just agreeing with you about how this area may be a little bit samey, but overall, if you play an Indiana Jones adventure game and you're averse to the concept of exploring big ruins, then maybe you booted up the wrong game.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good way of putting it.
I think it's okay to, this game is not sacred to me. It does have its flaws, but I do think that people are unfairly attacking stuff like this.
This game does not deserve to be attacked. It is a piece of history. I think people are looking at it from a wrong perspective. They're looking at it from the perspective of, does this game match up to today's standards? Well, if you look at the graphics, well, yeah.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. Discussion.
I think it says everything that there were people that when Kingdom of the Crystal Skull came out, people genuinely said Fate of Atlantis should have been the fourth movie. They should just have adapted that, and they should.
I think the problem is people think there are a generation of people who have been born who will never experience games like in 256 colors and 320 by 240 resolution, so they're going to be biased.
But you're absolutely right, and Sam, I'm so grateful that you actually just went out and flat out said people who attack this game are doing it for the wrong reasons. There you go. That's I wish I had the balls to say that.
Most attacks in this game I've seen have actually been by people of our generations. People who do remember that there was an era of computer gaming where we only had 256 colors. But I still think they're being harsh on it. I think it has a little to do with nostalgia.
Yeah, exactly. Like Fred said, it's not a perfect game. No game is, but this game has so much going for it, and it does have all the trappings of you feel like you're in a fucking Indiana Jones movie, and that's.
And I do think when looking at what games people are being overly forgiving with, oh, I love King's Quest V. It's the pinnacle of adventure game design.
No one has ever said that.
Well, I have seen people say that they love King's Quest V, that it's their favorite. People have commented on videos that make fun of King's Quest V.
People who say people who say King's Quest V is the best adventure game have not played the game. They really
No,
haven't.
very true. Well, they may have as children who had no idea what they were doing, and
Same thing goes for Phantasmagoria.
yeah.
That's
But I think
just
the thing is, King's Quest V, if you're a child and you're watching somebody else play the game, it does look intriguing, but the game has a certain level of, I don't want to say brutality, but that's really what it is.
Yeah, it is. It is
Yeah, it
absolutely
is, it is.
brutality. It is. It is unforgiving. It's masochism in an adventure game format.
Yeah.
Or
Very,
possibly
very true.
sadism, depending on your. It's 50 Shades of Grey.
I suppose sadomasochism, 50 Shades of Grey. I'm glad that is a thing.
The only thing I will agree is that the backtracking back and forth during the Atlantean sequence here can be tedious if you don't know what the hell you're doing, because you do have to pick up the cog, go back to the orichalcum machine, make some new orichalcum beads, then go the fuck back.
It is
And then you have
tedious.
to make sure you pick up the cog after you create orichalcum, or you'll be stuck later.
You know, yeah, it can be tedious, but I mean, people talk about many 90s adventure games as if, you know, they had no flaws, and then all of a sudden, well, here's a game that has a flaw. But I call bullshit. You know, none of these games were without flaws. I mean, I mentioned earlier that I hold Day of the Tentacle in very high regard, but even that has the bit where you wash the carriage to make it rain. And that refers to a wordplay that I am unfamiliar with as a Dane who doesn't own a car. So, you know, in my opinion, that's a design flaw.
Well, well, Day of the Tentacle is a very Americanized game.
Yes, very much so.
So it
And you could also say that's a flaw. I mean, they were selling it internationally. They should try to appeal to all markets. But it's just that the American history jokes are actually pretty funny.
Oh, I love the American history references in Day of the Tentacle.
You have to research a bit as a European to get them, but once you do so, it's very rewarding.
Yeah, the whole cherry tree thing.
Yes.
Painting the tree red to have him chop it down. I solved that by accident because I had no fucking idea. I was a teenager and I was barely interested in school at all. So for me to pick up that not only George Washington was the first president of the United States, I kind of knew that. But that he had false teeth and had a predilection for cherry trees, that completely slipped me by.
You know, it's just not part of the Danish school curriculum, I guess. When we're taught history, it's mainly European.
You guys said you prefer to see the alternate ending, right? I just want to make sure.
Let's do both.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, to do both, I'll have to save the game here.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, you actually only have to save it in the Nurapsal throne room, right?
Well, the reason why is because I don't want to... I can beat the game like without going back to the jail room from this point. I can just pick up. I could just not pick up the scepter when this door falls down and just go straight to the end, and that will give you the alternate ending.
Oh, cool.
Because Sophia was.
Whoa! Wait, really? You can just walk straight onto the throne room and not even you don't have to rescue Sophia?
No, you don't.
I did not know that.
Oh, I bet this puzzle pissed people off. By the way, I mean
that one did. That
little
is one
bit.
example of a logic puzzle that just makes no fucking logical sense to me. That part does. The whole part of you have to swing this part and then you move his arm around. There's a chart in one of the rooms that tells you this is how you pull the.
Oh, you're right. There is. I remember this now. I think it's in here actually.
I love this fast motion thing you've got going.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only way you can see it though is by closing the cupboard. I initially thought this was an unused screen until I finally found it.
Oh yeah.
That's actually a hint of what the arms on that statue do to connect the chains to open the door.
You could even put the crescent moons in the wrong place, and instead of turning arms, it'll turn the head. Yeah, I thought that was strange too.
Did not know that.
Whenever you do the fast motion, I'm like thinking Flight of the Bumblebee.
Or Ride of the Valkyries.
or the Benny Hill theme.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, instead of moving the arm, let's try and move the head.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Can you break the statue and then no, because there's no dead end. Oh, yep, you moved the head.
Which is weird. I mean, you don't ever need to do this, so there's really no point.
It just looks like he's mid-headbang.
But it gives you a little hint, you're onto something, but it's not quite right.
Color cycling.
A very beautiful example of it.
Also, as much as I rag on EGA games, especially Sierra games that use a lot of dithering, and I'm looking at Quest for Glory 2 and Conquest of Camelot and such, where your eyes just start to physically hurt because there are all these interchangeable pixels on the screen. This game uses dithering in a very, very good way, as opposed to having 256 colors to play with instead of 16 colors.
Are you saying dithering?
Dithering? Yeah.
Dithering, I think.
Dithering?
Yeah.
Second language. That's my excuse for everything.
Well, I just fuck up and then I pretend no one notices.
Dithering or dithering?
I think it's dithering. It's just one single eye.
Dipsticking.
Dipsticked pixels.
This is, the one reason that we have, the reason we have to go back and do the whole throne room sequence and rescue Sophia and actually get the good ending, is to just experience the throne room sequence. Because
I actually have to go in here now that I think about it. I need to get the scepter in order to use the big harvester thingy. But
if you have Sophia here, she just completely flips her lid.
Yeah. What strange skeleton. Sapio man, you're mean.
This is I'm gonna save my complete adulation for this room for when we bring Sophia in here. But I mean, just looking at this room gives me chills right now.
It is quite beautiful.
It does. There are a few times that I can say honestly that I was scared of playing games. Gabriel Knight 2 is one of them. Phantasmagoria is not one of them. But this, the Neuropsal throne room, that is definitely one of them.
I remember being scared by stuff like Doom way back when.
Were you supposed to be scared of Doom?
That's true.
I did not know you could just completely sideline Sophia at this point and just go, fuck you, bitch, I'm just off.
That's a nice screen, except Indy doesn't look like himself. He looks a bit chubbier on that screen.
I just love this bit, in particular. Yeah. This just looks so fantastic.
The color cycling on the lava is awesome.
And also, at this point, they just went, screw it, we don't need the not icon bar, the verb bar thing. It's just full screen from this on end, until you obviously get to the end here.
To beautiful effect.
I remember really not liking this part when I first played the game.
Oh, this part,
it's another one of the door parts.
This is basically the loom maze all over again.
I need to make a note of this little design here.
Hopefully that remains the same even if you load the game. I hope this is not randomized every time you enter this screen.
I do think what is going on here could also be considered a design sin. But the thing with this game is that it's so damn good that I'm willing to let it slide, and that is really how you should do it. If you've got a foundation that is good enough, then feel free to experiment. I mean,
you're starting to sound like my ex-girlfriend again.
Sorry, what?
Sorry, that was a dumb joke.
Ouch. No, really. I don't think some of the puzzles in this game are egregious, but only when viewed out of context. In context, they absolutely work because the context is so fucking good. And
this is not a bad puzzle, by the way. This is just it just takes a fucking while, even if you know what the hell you're doing.
I think in this puzzle here, the tiles, disappear in a certain pattern, and that's how you're supposed to solve it.
Yeah, and you're boned right now.
You can die here, yeah.
Yeah, you can.
But they reset.
Very difficult too.
Nice.
It's kind of reminiscent of the bit in Last Crusade, Spell Jehovah.
Oh yeah, right. Oh shit. I mean, I've never actually played all the way through Last Crusade, but I did find.
Seriously? No. The game. I thought, I was just referring to the movie.
Watched the movie, obviously, but I never played through the entire game. But I did get a copy of some illicit description or other, and, it came packed with save games, and I just loaded up the save game where you're actually at the temple at the end, and you have to go through the 3 trials thing, and that was interesting. The first trial, you have to click on the exact pixel. There's a little cross on the floor. You have to click on that to escape the sauce. And then you come to the spell out Jehovah. And it's not the same thing as the movie. It's like, the thing in the movie is like the size of my bedroom.
Sometimes it's best to think backwards.
You basically only have to step on the tiles that spell out, or the letters that spell out Jehovah with an I.
I keep forgetting how to solve this puzzle. I know that the way you solve it is when you step on a tile, the tile in front of you disappears, but I'm trying to figure it out in my head.
I always thought that there was just a set path through it.
Well, in your defense,
I thought that too.
In your defense, it's only about 8 a.m.
Yeah. I mean, this is not an easy puzzle at all, really.
So let's just shoot the shit, because we have to do this all over again.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think you're onto something.
You might well be.
Yep, there you go. No, go forward. Go forward.
No, I can't because if I... No, I can. You're right.
Yeah, you're good. No? Oh, okay, still. Cool.
Hooray for Captain Spaulding.
Yay. What? that
was nice.
Yeah, I should have not fast-fed through that, because that is a great color cycling sequence.
Yeah, but still, we'll get to it.
We'll get to it again, so...
And if you juxtapose the 2 images, and make it like a one full-size image with this and like the little cycling bit above, it does look pretty cool.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I want that as my fucking wallpaper. I want that as my phone wallpaper, because it's portrait instead of landscape. Too bad Sophia isn't here. I wonder if I should go back for her. No.
You get a pretty big
and
hit.
Go through that pit again?
No. No, hell no.
I think I forget which way it was. I think it was this way.
It was the darkness in the top, right?
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Oh, good. I think I turned it on. Really? Would that be because lava is rising through the fucking floor? Oh, good. How many beads should we use?
1,000 million beads!
That was awesome. The stream just lagged when you were doing that, so it just went Daft Punk on you. Congratulations, Dr. Troels.
I love the way he puts his arms up. We actually had Chris Yushko do that for the Warhol Strikes Back Ape Scientist as well. Right down to the way he stands with his hands and the way he puts his arms in the air. We copied that 1-to-1.
I just love the bits that Sam is picking for Jones's quips during this little thing. Human barbecue? No, holiday barbecue. Actually, human barbecue would be funnier.
Cook your cabbages. And this is a very typical LucasArts thing, you can just stand there insulting people and they don't react. You know, sticks and stones may break my bones.
Unworthy slaves sacrificed in the name of knowledge.
That sounds nothing like him.
I know. I can't do that voice.
Oh, there he did the bit with his hands.
He kind of does this Dr. Fred thing where he wrings his hands every once in a while.
Yeah, I love that animation too.
By the way, for those people who are racking on Beneath the Steel Sky for using capital letters in this comic book style and such, why aren't you racking on Fate of Atlantis? Oh, wait.
Well, the problem with Beneath the Steel Sky is that it in no way matches what the actors are saying. They aren't actually putting pressure on the bits that are capitalized. But I can see what you mean. They're doing it here too. It's but not on
not on the same,
not on the same level.
No, right. A postcard from Valhalla.
When must Espanol get there first?
Also, the Germans weren't really big on Valhalla, were they? That's more like our thing.
There were certain occult fascinations rising in Nazi Germany, but I think the story goes that Hitler did not give a crap about it. But when dealing with someone like Himmler, then he was definitely into the whole Nordic mythology, superior Nordic people thing.
All right.
It's very occult in a what's that called in English? You know, the Asa belief.
Oh, right.
They were heavily into that.
Yeah, it's basically Wiccan, but with a lot of Odin thrown in.
Yeah, and meat, which is delicious.
Oh yeah, and we don't mean M-E-A-T, we mean M-E-A-D.
That's also delicious. Actually, give me meat, and I will be good to go.
No, mead, the drink is just fruity to the point where it's basically it's barf-delicious.
It's honey. It's wine made of honey, basically.
Oh, this. By the way, when we're talking about Steve Purcell just going ape shit with his animations, this
is well.
When he just throws himself on the ground, just starts pounding the floor like that, and he just goes, "Fuck this noise! I'm out of here!"
Yeah.
Well, that was not the desirable outcome.
Now it's your turn. No.
Of course, there is also a third possible ending in which you die. Indy turns.
That's not really. But yeah, you do transform into this Atlantean godlike thing, and everything just crumbles around you, and everyone dies.
Yeah. The end.
The end. Roll credits.
Directed by Steven Spielberg.
Produced by George Lucas. I also like the way that the final ending to this is a dialogue puzzle. Again, I might be in the minority, but I do really like dialogue puzzles because it forces you to step into the protagonist's shoes and choose. Because what you usually do in dialogue puzzles, or what you usually do when choosing dialogue as an adventure game hero, you just really want to say things that you couldn't say in real life. So when you pick whatever Tex Murphy says, you can be a sarcastic bastard, and it doesn't really matter unless you're playing Pandora Directive or anything.
Sure.
But in this part, it actually does matter.
Yeah, and it's also a very tense dialogue puzzle. I mean, Indiana Jones he's in a sticky situation right now.
He is basically up Schitt's Creek right now.
98, 99, 100 beats!
Oh, so we're gonna do the I'm an Atlantean god and everything's gonna go to shit ending.
Yeah, alternate ending. The music here is also brilliant because there's this little percussive bit like boom, boom, boom,
yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
And this is just, I mean, just we grew up with Indiana Jones as children. Oh, that was nice. By the way,
that was cool.
The A's just crumble into the lava with him.
This is a badass animation. Wow.
This is just fucking awesome. Boom.
I love how you don't see it. You just after Indy's fatal transformation, Atlantis shook itself to pieces, sealing its secret and the Nazis in molten lava.
Which is not really a bad ending when you think about it, except Indiana Jones is fucking dead. I just also love how you have to appeal to his arrogance.
Yeah.
You have to sort of say, well, if I'm gonna be a god, you are in a heap of shit.
I'm offering you immortality. Is that?
I keep slipping into Virginia Capers.
But I love the fact that he's basically blinded by the idea that he can do a world of good with this, and you basically just have to tell him, well, if you're gonna use it on me, then
you're in the shitter, buddy.
Shoulder, dude. Stand aside, motherfucker.
Actually, I feel tempted. He's, Indiana Jones is standing there with his shades, and he goes, "If you do this to me, you're over, man."
Yeah!
Greetings, mortals. Did you think mere cages could trap the mighty Nur-Apsal in his own city? Back, you glassy-eyed bug! You what?
Only my mother calls me that!
Speak not to the gods! That's the best metal voice I can do.
Sophia!
And she looks pretty much like
vaguely
Indie
familiar.
Yeah. But still, I just like the idea that this is possibly the most tragic ending you can have. Because no one's coming out of this on top.
No. Well, Indy survives this.
Oh, by the way, when you... No, he doesn't. Does he?
Yeah, he does.
Oh. Cool.
This is the alternate ending I was referring to. But this outcome is only possible if... What Sam did, exactly what you're supposed to do. But this is what'll happen if you didn't save Sophia.
Yeah,
he just left her there.
But you can take her all the way to the throne room and just leave her ass there. And
that's true, you can also leave her there.
Oh shit, I didn't know he survived. What the hell was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, Indiana Jones
something pithy.
As evidenced by this.
I better learn how to pilot this. I better start reading the manual now while shit is crumbling around me. Like he can single-handedly pilot this sub. Well, he could. He could earlier, actually.
He's Indiana Jones.
Yeah, you know. This is like the Matrix over again, except in the 1930s.
And the guy hasn't had a proper shit in any of the movies or in this game. So that...
There's a reason why his jacket is brown, dude. You know, a lot of my discoveries seem like tall tales, and this one does too. At least there's... I love this bit. There's some evidence this time. Never mind. Oh, shit.
Yeah, but he does lament her passing, so that's what... And of course she's not up there, so that's what's alternate about it.
Mm-hmm.
If you'll excuse me, I'll just go have another peeing break.
Cool. I will sit cross-legged until you get back, and we'll save Sophia this time. We'll actually get to... actually go rescue her ass. And and relive a childhood nightmare of mine. It's gonna be fun. This whole bit where you have to get her out of the dungeon, again, this is just one of those infuriating bits where you hold the fucking bars up and she just goes, no, not gonna crawl under that. Even though you're just standing there going, please, 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 just crawl under the fucking bars. I will not drop them on you, seriously. But you have to pin them with whatever the shit. You're supposed to hand her this pin and put it, brace the cage with it. There you go. I'm paying attention. And now she wants to fight.
But yeah, that space can't really add anything to that.
Oh, all caps too. Oh, good. Oh, and in a second they're gonna kiss because that's what people did in the 1930s. Every time this is like one of those tried and true tropes of Indiana Jones. There you go. Is whenever someone is really angry with a person of the opposite sex, it will invariably result in a tongue lashing, and I mean of the romantic kind. First one, then the other. Did you just do that twice, or was I not paying attention?
It was twice.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and finish this up relatively quickly now because I am starting to get a bit tired.
Don't blame you. We are on the final stretch here. We just have to get to the throne room and then beat the game with Sophia, and then we're done.
Oh, what the hell?
What the hell did Sophia go? You left her in the water?
Oh my god!
Oh.
She's standing in the water. What is she, Jesus?
The game is
she is gonna follow me, right? Maybe she'll appear in the next room if I leave. Let me find out.
Did you just break the game? I think you did.
Wow.
I suppose this is as good a time as any to go have a little break.
She comes with.
Oh.
That's good.
Oh, she comes with. Okay, cool.
I don't think I need the ladder anymore.
All right, I am just gonna sit here and get through the throne room bit because I've really been looking forward to this. Are you feeling okay? No, she is definitely not.
No, she
And
is not well.
in the talkie version, by the way, they do this distortion of her voice where they play the voice in normal pitch and then they double it, and the other part is like pitched down an octave or something.
Yeah.
She has this otherworldly kind of like a sludge Vohal kind of voice.
Yeah.
Dr. Jones, welcome to my humble abode. This is just
Exactly. You're just making us sound like a Norwegian black metal star. You're making us sound like Bursum.
Well, I don't have 2 vocal cords, so
that is true.
One will have to do. I just
Quitter.
love this part. This place get no shit. Me too. I was scared out of my pants when I was playing this because I was playing the talkie version. I've never actually played the disc version. I was playing the talkie version, and her voice is just creepy, and she won't let you leave. Well, you can leave, but she'll just stay there. And what the hell is she gonna do? Is she just gonna stay here for the rest? Is Nurapsel gonna keep her alive? Is she just gonna eat bones for the rest of her miserable life?
How old were you when you played it first?
This came out in 92, 93, and I probably played it around that time, so I was maybe 13, 14 years old. 13 probably.
Right. Yeah.
And
I would probably have been around the same age when I played it.
You're like 10 years younger than me, aren't you?
Not really 10 years, more like 8, I think.
Close enough. Sam, what year were you born?
1990.
So you're exactly 10 years younger than me. Jesus, and that bit freaked me the fuck out as well. The necklace that you've seen so many times just fucking transforms.
Yeah, that scared me too, admittedly.
It is a nice little moment.
This bit just fucking creeped me out. So off you go into the lava, Mr. Sal, and he was. The thing that fucks me up about this is also that he was this sort of benign spiritual guy that you didn't really believe in. I mean, it was just Sophia making, just waving her arms around, just going, yeah, right. I mean, but he actually turns out to be a complete and utter tit.
I think the game could have elaborated on that a bit. Why is he suddenly evil?
But he just wanted to return home. I think it's actually covered pretty well, for my money at least. I just love the juxtaposition of him throughout the entire game. He's this benevolent spirit guide, and all of a sudden he's just, I'm not going to let anyone leave. I've actually taken complete control. I have a new human vessel. I'm good. Fuck everyone else.
What I was always curious about was whether the Colossus actually did work at any given point in time, or if they just killed people and didn't even realize that they were doing it.
Probably that too. The human augmentation machine is really fucking scary as well. I'm just gonna excuse me. So briefly, while we get to the end game, it's gonna be in a second or anyway.
Well, that just went by in a blitz. And there we go.
Yep, back we go.
Yeah, I don't mind you speeding through this. Of course, this is the lovely bit.
Oh, I think they changed the. They changed the pattern again. Now it's moon on the left, volcano on the right, sun on the bottom.
Oh god, that probably means the tiles might have been changed as well. This game really is a testament to using randomness in your designs. Most of the time it's working very, very well. Of course, here it's... Well, we're kind of creating the frustration ourselves because we want to cover as much ground as possible.
No, it's pretty much the same way we solved it before.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. Oh, it would have been infuriating if she found an alternate path here.
Oh, she did.
In the jungle. Right, there's the bit. This is very. Not only is it very Star Wars-like, it's also kind of reminiscent of the Dig.
Yeah.
Or rather, the Dig is reminiscent of these Atlantean sections. Except that I would argue that the Dig takes the logic puzzles and machine puzzles of this and just, multiplies them to grotesque proportions.
100 beats!
And zipping through here, barbecues, zip, click, 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 click.
Bop, 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 bop.
We've seen all this before.
We should just get his ass out of the way. Off he goes. Yeah. that was quick.
See, we really should have the Benny Hill theme playing here.
And by the way, you can get stuck on this dialogue puzzle forever and ever and ever because you can just walk through.
Yeah, you can loop it infinitely.
Yeah, because this is really a hard dialogue puzzle actually. Because
It's
there's
like
so
that
much.
There's a similar dialogue puzzle in Full Throttle too, I believe. When a Marine strings you up and you have to try and talk your way out of it.
Oh, right. When you're on the you're suspended between 4 motorcycles and you're about to be ripped apart.
Yeah.
It's slightly easier, I would say, because...
Oh, he's doing the bit with his hands even as he's going up.
Yeah. It's just like kneading a pile of dough, or even that's not really there.
I'm looking forward to
He's
this.
doing it with his fingers too, even after he turned to a god.
Yeah, he does actually. And look at those two poor Nazi guys in the corner. Yeah, they're not even here for the sport of it. They're just.
Their superiors are all dead.
Look, the entire regiment of my friends were just punched to death by this one American dude in a hat.
Yeah, I'll stay here. It'll be good. I'll get the Iron Cross. So here we are.
Posthumously. Never mind. That
Posthumously.
Posthumously.
Posthumously. Oh, now there's the true ending.
Yep, that's the good ending.
Yeah.
So as the credits roll, let's just get this scene out of the way. As the credits roll, let's just take a little quick roundtable before Samuel passes out.
Yeah.
And do a we love this game because.
Yeah, sure.
And there it goes. So,
feel free to unlock screen at this point, I'd say.
I have now done so. I would actually, just to make sure that just to make sure Sam stays awake, I would just like to put this question to my dear co-host. This game in 30 words or less. No, you can have 100 words.
This game in 100 words or more. I think it's brilliant. Look, it has shortcomings, but it has no more shortcomings than all the other 1990s adventure games that we heap tons of praise on. And I've really seen it maligned by a few people on our Twitter feed, and it's like, why? It's brilliant. For my money, this is still better than the fourth Indiana Jones movie. It's a damn good game in its own right. It does a fantastic job with the property. It's beautiful. The score is beautiful. The puzzle design is mostly flawless.
Mostly, yeah.
It's in my top 3 adventure games, and of course, the difficulty about keeping such a list is that it depends a lot on my mood. It's always interchangeable, and it depends on what I've discussed things. But it'll forever remain in my, if not top 3, then certainly top 5. I feel very sure about that.
And for my money, the thing that really captivated me about this game as a kid, and like I said, I was like 13 or maybe 14 when I played this game for the first time. What really captivated me about this was that it was one of those branching paths kind of stories, and I was really intrigued by that concept because that did something that movies couldn't do and books really couldn't do. This was unique to adventure games, and I really liked the idea that I could shape the story in any way that I wanted to. Also, the historical accuracy, and I am doing air quotes for that one. The research that went into it, let's put it that way, the research that went into this to make it as factually close to real life as possible is really above and beyond. And also, also the writing. Let's not forego the writing of this game, which is really just at every turn it's hilarious and it's action-packed and it's full of quips that you can just hear coming out of Harrison Ford's mouth.
Yes, it very much has the Indiana Jones DNA in it as far as the writing goes.
It is for a licensed game on the like a licensed property of Indiana Jones. This by far captures the Indiana Jones spirit better than any other Indiana Jones game that I know of.
Yes, yes.
So finally, over to our esteemed guest, who is apparently in a dark room somewhere.
He's shrouded in total darkness, but he is in there. I noticed movement.
Yes, this is my opinion is this is an extremely dynamic game. I think that it's beyond reproach. It is among LucasArts' top adventure games because of the design, the graphics, the sound, the music. There is really nothing I could say to this game as far as flaws go. Yeah, that's the odd moon logic puzzle here and there, but it is a much lower concentration when compared to other adventure games of its time. Certainly even compared to some of LucasArts' top games. Like, we can name a puzzle in Sam and Max Hit the Road, or the first Minecraft. Oh yes, and those are considered very good games.
Yeah.
You have to take the flaws with some of these adventure games as they are because of the puzzles. I mean, puzzles are what made us keep coming back to them, what made us want to try and solve them. No, this game. I haven't seen the criticism it's been getting on Twitter, as you guys have said, but I can tell. I can't think of anything I could use to criticize this game. I've been playing it since I was a kid. I've been playing the hell out of it since I was a kid. It's simply one of the best adventure games ever made.
It holds up. It is one of the best ones ever. And you said something very clever at one point. You said several clever things, but I'm latching on to one of them, which was that, paraphrasing you, that was just how you made games back then. That was how games were.
Well, that's never an excuse to create a bad game, I suppose, because
that's
the parley of the times. But what this game does, which is ahead of its time, is that it preempts all the dead ends that you might wander into. I suppose Sam wanted to break the game at some point during Atlantis, where you could run out of orichalcum beads and not be able to go back. That's the only thing I can think of where you might conceivably break the game. At any other point, even if you leave the stone discs on the spindle and you try to exit the room, he goes back and goes, no, wait, I need these things, and he just picks them up for you and then runs off. The amount of thought that went into the design of this game just to make sure the player didn't fuck himself into a corner is just staggering.
And they managed to do that without eliminating the threat of death, which is really the perfect compromise.
For any game that has adventure game deaths, this is probably up there with Tex Murphy, because Tex Murphy doesn't kill you outright just for poking your nose into a strange place.
The deaths are, they're totally fair. Having King Graham drown in the moat, or get stuck in an unwinnable situation and die, is as annoying as if. It would just have been a major cop-out if Indiana Jones is able to, fight a Nazi in Atlantis, get knocked out, and he just returns to life. Of course he doesn't. Of course they're going to capture him. This game really does death perfectly, I find.
But at the same time, it would not be fun to have Indiana Jones falling to his death in the labyrinth just because we clicked on the wrong pixel.
No, exactly.
Exactly.
And that's like the King's Quest model, and I find that as infuriating as the cop-out where death is just narrowly avoided because Deus Ex Machina.
And the amount of effort that went into maintaining suspense in this game while still being able to, making sure that you're not in a dead man walking situation, like you didn't pick up something you were supposed to do and stuff like that. And you can die, obviously, but it really, really tells you you're in a dangerous situation. If you die here, you're a complete fucking idiot. The balance of that is really just fantastic. One or two things, like what I mentioned with the triangulation puzzle in the Fist's Path. What the hell is that doing there?
Yeah,
And,
whatever.
little small things, but these
They're
are
like small, they're
like
small
nitpick size things.
They're like small pieces of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't agree with the fact that Darth Helmet likes to use the term padding. I don't think there's any padding in it. I think it's all worthwhile. I mean, clearly great care was put into it, whether you're flying a hot air balloon or whether you're in a car chase or whether you're just walking around solving puzzles. You know, it doesn't make it doesn't make it padding that it's not what you expected of it.
Exactly. The variety of it. I mean, it's not just an adventure game. All of a sudden, you're in a car chase, or you're following this dude around the streets of Algiers, or you're piloting a submarine. Hey, piloting is not the right word, is it? Anyway, Samuel, if people would accuse this game of padding, what would you, and I encourage you to look straight into your webcam as you respond to this, what would you say to them?
It's not padding, it's exploration. There is a difference. There's a big, big difference. And unless you understand that difference, maybe you shouldn't be playing adventure games.
Oh, he went beyond where I would have gone, but fair enough. Good. I'm running with it.
I have no. I'm not going to censor any of that.
No, I have no reservations with that statement either.
So, is there anything that you guys want to add here before we cap off and go take our pants off and whatever we do?
I can't add anything. I think we've covered pretty much everything. I want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to play this game on the show and show off a few things about it. Things that you probably didn't even know about, and I'm glad that I was able to enlighten you all a bit.
I'm a bit sad you didn't get to beat Arnold, but maybe next time. I thought it was brilliant, and I'm really you went above and beyond. It's only still morning at your place, where it's approaching afternoon here, but or it is afternoon. But I thought it was extremely interesting, and I had no idea there was so much stuff in the game that I had missed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really, really grateful that you went on the show to play the game for us, because we would not have covered half of what you managed to cover.
No, very true.
So I'm really grateful you made the sacrifice to get up at an ungodly hour to play the game for us while we just sat here and bitched.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, right, thank you very much.
I'm going to take off and... Oh, go ahead.
I do have something to add. Don't watch Kingdom of the Crystal Skull after watching this.
Right. I've already seen it, but I see what you're saying.
It was to every single one out there. It's not bad, but really, Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, that is the fourth chapter of the quadrilogy.
It is.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to take off because I'm exhausted. See you guys.
Yeah.
Well, cool.
See you, man.
Thank you again. Thank you
Have a good
joining
one.
us.
You too.
Bye.
So yeah, that was it. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis.
Hope you guys enjoyed it out there in YouTube land. And if you didn't, why did you sit around for 4 straight hours watching this shit?
Yeah, you really shouldn't have.
Yeah, really.
It's on you.
That really is on you. Anyway, we will see you. If you're watching this live, we will see you back in how many hours? I'm bad at math.
It'll be like 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours, where we're gonna do open crowdsource with 2 special guests, one of which will be just as sleep deprived as poor Sam here was.
Actually, more sleep deprived. I suppose we can take the lid off and reveal again who our guests are. We'll be having Brian D. Modulated Devons on. He's from Canada, so it's not too bad for him to show up at that hour. And we will be having Sean Mills on, of Infamous Quests, who is in Australia, so he will be appearing on our show at 4 a.m.
His time.
Youch. Yes. Yeah. In our defense, he agreed to it, and we didn't push him at all like poor Sam here.
Well, we didn't really. We actually gave Sam the opportunity to push this ahead a couple of hours so we could get some more hours of sleep and such, and he just said, no, that's fine.
Well, sometimes you just want to prove to the world that you can do it. Like, pulling an all-nighter at the age of your late 20s or 30s, I've still got it.
I still don't know why he even showed up, to be honest. I wouldn't have.
Well, it was a brilliant stream. I liked it. Maybe I'm being a bit self-servicing here. Let's say I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it a lot as well. It's one of my favorite games, and I'm very happy that he showed me parts that I didn't even know were possible, like actually talking the Sunstone out of Alain Trottier. I did not know that was possible.
Neither did I.
And I played that since I was like 13 or 14. That's a long time ago. I turned 35 this month. No, next month. Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, thanks to Sam. I hope you have a good nap.
Yes,
And
thank you, Sam. Please get your sleep-deprived brain up to speed again as soon as possible. I mean, no insult with that, but please do.
I think you did very well. So yeah, we will see you soon, later today actually. And if you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, just know that I just crossed my legs and my balls really hurt right now.
Why the hell would you do that?
I don't know. It just it's suddenly
Okay,
just creeps up the leg and then-
But yeah, that's one bit I hate. I mean, this is this is one of the not all men MRA type things. But for all the talk about how vulnerable the female physique is, what with getting pregnant and giving birth and stuff, just remember that a sick pain in the testes is never further away for a man than crossed legs gone wrong.
Exactly. I mean, there's a reason God invented.
I mean, he's speaking like Dr. Uberman now. He went on record earlier saying he can't do the voice, and he's doing a pretty accurate representation right now.
I just uncrossed my legs and the blood just flowed into it.
Will your black appendage of death be ready in about 3 hours' time?
I'll do my best.
Well, that's probably.
Thanks for.
This is like that. This is like that ex-girlfriend of yours, isn't it?
On that note, the episode is now over.
Yes.
I'll see everyone for Open Crowdsource and
see
for
you in a bit.
Season 3 of whatever, and we are going to play more games with BSD Plays. We will announce those on our Facebook group, facebook.com/group/Backseat Designers. You can follow us on Twitter at BS Designers. You can give us money, even though you really shouldn't, at patreon.com/Backseat Designers. And you can bite our ass at backseatdesigners.com. We will announce every silly thing that we will ever do, ever.
And you can destroy your testicles by crossing your legs. Goodbye.
Guy.